Ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between over on Sean Cross, welcome back to another episode of the Anatomy Podcast. Tonight, it will just be me as Finn is currently preoccupied with work, and well, every now and then that is naturally going to happen with both of us trying to get back on our feet financially. Complications like that are bound to occur. But after such a long time, after at least 3 different processes of attempting to reschedule and get everybody in one session, tonight, at the very least, we are beginning our story. We are getting to know a new rising band over on Unique Leader Records. I would compare these guys to Jinjer with the mix of Thy Art is Murder and other iconic, if not already starter kit deathcore bands and metalcore bands, despite these guys labeling themselves genre-radically as metal, just metal, which is very, very, it's seldom that you get to see that these days. Someone's just like, yeah, we're a metal band, nothing else. It's really cool to see. And not only that, but this is a new band as of last year, I do believe, who signed to Unique Leader Records, if not back in 2022. This is a band that since the release and a little bit before the release of their full-length album now out through Unique Leader Records being Insomnia, well, I absolutely had to get these guys on the podcast as I had a feeling that one day you will know these guys in the same categories as the bands I've mentioned and plenty of others, for they are really making something interesting. They really are. They're making something groovy. It's still heavy. And I can even say that their vocalist is one of the most articulate, but still just really, really down there as far as his vocal ranges. Just like, you know, all the guttural shit, but he's really articulate. And it's really, really fascinating to see. But not only that, but we get to reach tonight across the Atlantic. We get to talk to another band from another country, and we will be starting out tonight as well our chapter for the country that they are from, which Lisbon, right?
Yeah.
Lisbon, Portugal. Yeah, Lisbon, Portugal. Exactly. So I kept on thinking Lebanon, and I'm like, that's not right. So make sure to get that confirmed with them. So instead, we are starting as well tonight a chapter for the Anatomy Podcast in the Lisbon, Portugal region of the world, which I am super excited about. It's always great to reach out to different parts of the world and really tell the story of at least one artist in that country scene who is trying to make a name for themselves. With that out of the way, we kind of introduced the formula for this podcast session, right? In the first half of the podcast session with Andre and Vinicius here tonight, we tell their story. We kind of go David Attenborough, we go Travel Channel mode, we just basically learn as much as we can about them. That way, over on Spotify, if I look this up real quick, as far as the monthly listener count, which I bet you guys are already up there per se, to the 8,530 monthly listeners at this time. Well, our intention tonight is to provide you guys a more intimate introduction, get to know the people behind major efforts like Insomnia and everything that the Voynich Code plans to do in the near future. But starting off, gentlemen, how are we doing tonight?
Doing very good.
Good.
I'm doing great. Thank you.
Fantastic. You're welcome. And welcome to the show, for lack of a better term. This isn't exactly the Garza podcast or the Hardcore Keem show, but I will do my best in doing everything I possibly can, telling your story, telling about all the best parts of your story, helping your fans get to know you, and then talking a little bit about Insomnia from you guys' perspective and what you guys ended up contributing to that. So as the formula goes in the first half, again, we're learning about the people. So whoever wishes to go first, basically just, present us your name, pretend as if you are standing up in front of a class of about 20, 25 people in like elementary school, which over here in the US we call it elementary, but the first stage of, free education, really. Imagine you're standing before the class for the first time. Introduce us to your name, where you grew up as far as a major city, and what you do for this band. And then we will continue from there.
All right.
You want to start, Andre?
Yeah, I can start. Yeah. So I'm Andre. I'm the guitarist for the Voynich Code. I was born in the north of Portugal, but I grew up in Lisbon actually. And I'm currently living in Norway actually, so I'm not in Portugal.
Sweet. Thank you.
And I'm Vinicius. Most of my friends know me as Vini, which is easier to spell. And I was born in São Paulo, Brazil, but I've been living in Portugal for a while, and most half of my life I've been in Portugal. So I would call myself half Portuguese and half Brazilian. And I also play guitar with Andre, and we basically founded, along with Nelson, we founded the Voynich Code. So here we are, a few years
Sweet.
later.
And if I may confirm, because I noticed you two had the same pronunciation for the name, I'm understanding that it would not be the Voynich Code, but the Voynich Code, correct?
Yeah. I guess.
Yeah,
I actually don't know how to pronounce it in English. If it's Voynich or Voynich, I don't know.
We've
Fair enough.
heard actually the two versions actually. Like some people saying the Voynich Code and the Voynich Code. So as long as you call it, it's.
How do you
You
guys
can call it
pronounce
Voynich. You can call it Voynich.
Yeah?
You can call
okay.
it the V band.
it?
But no, thank you, boys. Thank you, gentlemen, for introducing yourselves on the more elementary, the more casual level, right? Because when you're presenting yourself before a class, well, at that point in your life, you don't exactly have a whole article, a whole presentation that you go up right on the board and be like, this is me. Remember my name. Remember who I am, because I'm going to be doing big things one day. Like, you don't really see kids at that age doing that. So, definitely more of a casual, simple introduction. Now, basically, what I want to do, especially that we have two of you in session tonight, right? Out of the 4 in the Voynich Code. What I want to do is give you as much time as possible to go ahead and walk us along the path that you traveled down, whether it be from the first time you ever picked up a guitar, the people who supported you along the way, how you've upgraded your gear setup in case you both are gearheads and you're like, you know what, one day I want to get this guitar, this plug-in, this amp, this pickup, like whatever it may be, if you guys are gearheads like that, right? Because this is definitely the time also for people to understand why the Voynich Code, at least maybe to people like me, if they share my opinion, has a little bit of like Jinjer in there, but also because of the relentless speed of the music, right? It almost has a little bit of Thy Art is Murder or Fit for an Autopsy. But without a doubt, you listen to the entirety of Insomnia, and it's its own separate animal, right? Mm-hmm. So kind of breaking that down, because more or less the musical composition, how you guys wrote the songs, all that would be in the second half of the podcast when I'm talking to you both, as if you are both tonight one person, and that one sentience being the Voynich Code. Whoever wishes to go first, take us back to the beginning of what you feel is relevant to you being a musician and to you eventually joining the Voynich Code. Whoever wishes to may take the reins. Take it away. This seems to be a gamble. It's 50-50. Let's go ahead and start with Andre.
Okay. So I guess first time I picked up a guitar was like a classical guitar gift from my parents when I was 8 years old, I guess, 8 or 9 years old. And I was completely into guitar by that time. And not playing like that much. I never went to a school at that time, like a music school. And I remember getting electric guitar by the time I was 13. And I never cared that much about the guitar, like after a few years. And then I started listening to bands like Slipknot when I was 17. So that's the first time I actually started to play guitar in the metal genre, per se. Yeah. And then started discovering like all these amps and pedals. What can I do to get that sound that those guys have? And so my first pedal, as I remember, was a Digitech. What was it? Death metal. I think it was that one. And my first amplifier was a Crate, like combo, 15 watt. And
Okay.
yeah.
Sick. Now, of course, everybody has to ask this question to a guitarist. Do you remember the first relevant song to the genre of metal that you contribute to today? Like, what was the first really prominent song that you ended up learning that would eventually help you shape your own sound as a guitarist?
Probably a song by Slipknot, Left Behind. Is that a song from
Left
Iron?
Behind.
Yeah,
correct.
I think that
Sweet.
was the main song.
Yeah, that's awesome.
That got into metal.
Yeah, that's awesome. And I mean, if nothing else, usually I'm noticing that musicians, because I'm not sure how much older you guys are than me. I'm currently 24, but maybe putting that a decade behind, or a decade older, you commonly find folks who either gravitated more towards the metal, like the truly metal starter kit, that being Pantera, that being Metallica, maybe even a little bit of Black Sabbath, Ozzy Osbourne, maybe a little bit of Iron Maiden, Slayer, and then it would eventually increase. It would get more intense with projects like Cannibal Corpse, or you kind of go the new metal route because you find fascination within bands, multiple bands that are successful inside the lab that is metal, right? And then, well, because they don't exactly want to call it NEW metal, instead they're like, yo, let's make it freaking German, let's make it edgy. So the new metal era kickstarts with bands like Linkin Park, Slipknot, Horn, Rob Zombie a little bit, but mostly he's just like drunk rant rock to me about necrophilia and wanting to fuck a vampire, just scratching that off the top of his hippocampus, I guess. You got the new metal path, right? So it definitely kind of points itself out to me, Andre, that you ended up descending upon the new metal route more or less before you got into these even further experimented genres. Like, how heavy can I get? Quote. That's usually the question most of us in this call, if not most of the folks on my show so far, have asked themselves at one point, is how heavy can I get before it becomes too intense, or how heavy can I get before it becomes almost annoying, because it's like so the audacity of the heaviness is like, calm down a little bit, We never really settle, we never really compromise. And especially as the years have passed by, there have been so many various artists who went on that same path. So really cool to know that, well, we have another individual on the show now over in Portugal, Lisbon, Portugal, but you're currently in Norway, which is so freaking cool. Like, that's dude, Norway, that is basically
land of black metal.
The land of, not only the land of black metal, but as far as I'm concerned, it's the closest thing we'll probably get to Jotunheim anytime soon in the near future. Like, I want to go there so bad just to be in the blistering cold. But as you said before, it is also the land of black metal. It's also the land and the country, the region of many very prominent metal bands that also help push the genre, where US local bands really couldn't, because they were obsessed with the rock star mindset and just like, drugs, sex, money, going on tour, worldwide tour, selling out amphitheaters, just never stopping as they snort a line, to be honest, amongst other things. The culture in Norway was a lot more depressing. It was a lot more bleak, but nonetheless, it helped shape the future of metal and basically until the end of time. So I guess, Andre, one question I would have to kind of segue, and this would be in regards to your origins and stuff, where you've grown up, where you've lived, right? Because I'm over on the western hemisphere of this planet, this piece of dirt with a whole bunch of water we call Earth, right? One like myself would not even be vaguely familiar, excluding public domain Google images, with Norway, with Portugal. So without digging too deep, because I mean, we all have our reasons to move. Growing up you were in Lisbon, you were in various cities in Portugal, and then you made the jump over to Norway. May I inquire upon like the reasons, like what was occurring at the time and what ended up getting you where you currently are now, geographically speaking?
Yeah. So I've always wanted to move abroad, and especially to the northern part of Europe, because I'm always have been pushed to these type of countries. I've thought about like Germany, Netherlands, perhaps Sweden, and then we ended up in Norway. So my girlfriend and I, and that's the reason we moved here, because she got a job here. That's the main reason.
Oh, cool. Okay.
But yeah, we're very happy with the city. We're actually in Bergen, not in Oslo, like the capital.
Gotcha.
And yeah.
And what would
That's
you
the main
say?
reason.
Yeah, what would you say has been like your aside from all those other countries, because you had the options beforehand, you're like, where do we go? What
Yeah.
kind of other, if there were any other reasons other than your lady and her job opportunity, what kind of stuck out for you with Norway where you're like, absolutely, let's go over there? Like, of course you have this job opportunity, but like, let's go to Norway, man. Let's go to the mountains. Like, what was it about Norway that kind of like captivated you? So
Everything is beautiful, like the mountains, everything here is very, very nice. It's very safe country as well.
Oh, good.
That's the main reason, I guess. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, that's awesome.
People are nice as well.
Good. Yeah, that's always good, is when you're surrounded by pleasant folk instead of like, culty folk, I guess.
Yeah.
It's like,
and people, people tend to say like people in Norway, Sweden are very cold, but at least in Bergen they're not. They're actually very cool and super helpful.
That's awesome, man. Well, I wish you the best of luck in your new chapter getting up to Norway.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Because, dude, if it was up to me, I mean, really the only places I've been to other than my home state, which would be Arizona, one of the hottest states in the United States, it's hell here. I want to leave so bad. Other than that, I've been to New Mexico. I've been to Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Tennessee. Tennessee has been like, the next step for me after the year I was over there. And just being able to see the world around you change as the seasons flow instead of, a state to where literally the only thing different that occurs is a couple trees rot. Other than that, not really much change. Not here in the Phoenix Valley area. It's always good to be able to break away from where you first started and kind of explore new areas, adventure out into the world and see how things go. So kudos to you, man. But
thank you.
Of course. If anything, most of the musicians I've had on this show so far have had a point in time to where they either started investing into a medium relevant to what they're doing at this time, the reason they're on the show, right? Or maybe they had prior band projects. So can you tell me about any prior history you had growing up as you were taking the music thing a little bit more seriously and therefore eventually getting into the Voynich code?
Yeah, I started the band when I was 18 or 17, actually, called Chaotic Storm. Not a very cool name. It was something between Lamb of God, Slipknot, maybe Machine Head, like all of those influences that I had at the time. And then I think we kept that band for 3 years tops.
Did you guys have the opportunity to play like local shows or attend festivals or
just local shows, like super tiny venues?
Right.
Yeah.
And are any of the other members in that former project, because eventually I would think it's split up and you guys went your separate ways, are any of the boys from that former project attending to newer projects at this time that you know of, or were you like kind of the last remnant of that project?
No, I don't think so. I think they never pursued like the music path. Actually.
Oh, damn.
Well, and then I've had a second band after that called Another Day Will Come, more onto the metalcore path. Like, Vinny knows it. More like August Burns Red kind of stuff.
Oh, sick. Okay.
It was very nice, actually. Yeah. Yeah, we've played a few local shows. We've went to our biggest show. I think it was in Resurrection Fest 2012,
Ooh,
and
okay.
one of the last shows that we did, actually. And I
Cool.
joined the Voynich code after that.
Sweet. And like, you know, kind of the same question, just to kind of like see how the legacy is kind of like untwined, and maybe seeing where these other people have gone. Was it kind of the same thing for that second project? Everybody stopped pursuing music after that, or are any of the boys, any of the other members in projects now?
I think one of them is actually in a band, but I don't know for sure.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely don't want to mislead anybody.
No.
That's cool. So then I would have to ask, you know, because this is the path. You know, the Voynich code is the end game goal where all the points meet. So far today, starting out with 2 individuals, so 2 different points out of the 4, right? How did you end up? Because you said you started the Voynich code. So like, how did that process end up happening?
No, actually, like Vinny and Nelson started the Voynich code. Yeah, 2014, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's like I said we founded, but it's like me and Nelson, we had the idea, but the band actually started when Andre joined. So we had the idea of doing a band, me and Nelson, because we used it to play in another band before the Voynich code, but Nelson was playing guitar, and I was playing guitar as well. But then he started practicing vocals. He started getting good at it. At the beginning, it was like kind of like a joke, because he was like playing around doing vocals. But then started to get serious. And when we decided to end our previous band, we were like, okay, let's do a new band, but let's focus on doing something that is something that has planning, and we think 2 or 3 times before doing something, before taking a decision and stuff like that. Like, let's do a serious project, like a serious band, to eventually be able to go on tour. So he decided to do vocals. I was playing guitar, and I was like seeking for members, but going really in a specific search. And Andrea was always the number 1 name that came to my mind, because he was pretty good playing guitar, and we were friends, not like really deep friends like we are now, but at the moment, like at that time, we used it to talk and all this stuff about music, gear, and all this stuff. So I invited Andre, and he entered in the Voynich code. So it's like he didn't have the idea of the band, but the band started writing properly and like creating music properly as soon as Andrea joined it. So I had a few riffs, but Andrea really entered and like took the process, like pre-productions, songs properly done, drums, like writing drums, adding keyboards. Because I remember like one of the things that I spoke with Nelson was like, let's play to a click, let's have backtracks going live, let's use keyboards, let's have orchestration. And Andrea was the guy that easily know how to do it. So and still like the main pillar of songwriting in our band. So and basically, yeah, we started the band as three guys, and then we started looking for a bassist and drummer, 2 names that aren't with us anymore, but it was Miguel for bass and Vasco writing for drums. And we started the band with 5 members. So that was the beginning. And eventually we decided to release one song that was really well made, really like recorded with a lot of caring and attention to the detail. And Andrea did our first single called Antithesis. Vasco did the drums with him. Nelson wrote the lyrics. And we had the keyboards and all the stuff. And then we decided, okay, let's record like a proper music video for this song. So, but we didn't have budget. Like we were thinking professionally, but we didn't have enough money to make a super professional product. So we found a girl that's is called Daniela Monteiro, and I think she lives in London now. She was doing music videos at the time, but she was like 18 years old, or 17 years old, something like that. And she was studying video and photography in a school, and they had a studio that people that was part of the school could rent for free. So we were like, okay, let's rent the professional studio, do the music video with Daniela, and she's gonna have access to the studio. We don't need to pay the studio, we just need to pay her. And it was like super low budget video, but the thing is, she did it very well, like for the budget. And it was a time that people were talking about a lot of digital gear, and so we had like X effects, and we were like, just shoot details and close-ups of this shit to the music video, like 3 X effects like on top of each other. Like, it's not like we didn't want to flex. It was more like, this is the proof that our music is modern, because most of the bands are using this, like Periphery and like Born of Osiris. So we had all these details, and then when we released the music video, it was like the reaction was much bigger than we were expecting. So a lot of people started sharing and started creating like a really hype and big buzz around the video, and lots of views. I think it was like 50,000 or 100,000 at the time, like in a really short period of time. And then we were like, okay, yes, people are taking us serious, and we just had one song, so we need to hurry up and work. So it was fun and really like exciting times, especially because I wouldn't say kids, because we were like 20 and into something, but we were like making it. Like most of the bands from Portugal have a hard time getting out of the country or having international exposure, and we kind of had the exposure internationally before even being like well known in Portugal. So that's how like that's the golden beginning of the Voynich Code, how everything started.
Fuck yeah. Yeah, I mean, definitely more or less a good chunk of information for the second half, but I mean, it works. It works pretty well. It works organically, and I mean, like Vinny, he was like, you know what, let's get this done now. So I'm okay with that. Let's do it. So back to Andre for sure. If anything, being that we were provided more or less now the origins, the history for the Voynich Code and the beginnings of it, the true beginning of it, before eventually it would join Unique Leader Records, which, if anything, we'll go into detail about that chunk of information later in call. Basically, what can you describe me? What can you tell me about the experience of, essentially being one of the final pieces of the puzzle for this band project when you were getting ready to join? Like, how was that whole experience? How were things emotionally going on at the time? Were you like uncertain of the future ahead? Because I mean, all of us really are, like, when we're trying to make bigger choices in life like that, we don't know how they're going to pan out. So like, what was going on in your head at the time? What else was going on at the time that you were like, well, maybe I should be doing this?
We lost the sound, Sean.
Yeah.
Yeah, we cannot hear.
Yeah.
One day. Okay. Well, what did you guys hear from me last?
How Andre was feeling when he joined in terms of
Okay. So by that time, I was in the band that I told you about, called Another Day Will Come, and I was doing like metalcore kind of stuff. So joining the Voynich Code would be a whole other thing to do, because at the beginning we started to think about doing most of the gent kind of stuff based on Periphery, Born of Osiris, After the Burial, bands like that. And soon we changed a bit to more technical stuff, and I started doing all the orchestration as well. But yeah, it was a challenge for me, actually, like writing a whole different kind of music. So yeah, definitely a challenge. And I was learning writing MIDI keyboard at the time. So as you can hear, like on Ignotum, they're very rudimentary writing, but it was fun writing those synths actually.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
And I love the fact that you know also how to write MIDI synths. I do apologize. I guess I've never really kind of like plucked out and really deciphered whether or not any of that is on Insomnia.
Yeah, most orchestra stuff instead of like synthesizers per se. So we changed along the way. Yeah.
No, that's badass. So basically, not only if I'm understanding this correctly too, you are the lead guitarist or the rhythm guitarist for the Voynich code.
Yeah, the leads. Yeah, I do most of the solos. Yeah.
So not only are you the shreddy boy, but you're also like the epic like background choir man for the Voynich code. Like that's pretty badass. I like that actually.
Thank you.
And the mustache kind of goes well with it too. It's like ha ha ha.
Yeah.
Like shred and the epic. Like,
evil.
Literally
evil mustache.
Yeah, quite literally for the writing process and for the foundations of the band, you are like the final finishing touches that make the Voynich code what it is. So at the end of the day, I hope that's always something you can collect with you is even if, the band isn't as big as Metallica right now, like at the end of the day, you are both the final touches in the band's lineup assembly, as well as the final touches, the final personalizations, really. The finishing like sprinkles of salt and pepper on any major dish, right? You always need the salt and pepper to really finish the recipe.
Polishing all the details and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. You do the final touches, and that I know that's something I would love to do one day for my own project because I founded it. I have a roadmap for like at least 7 to 8 different EPs and albums and I'm wanting to write for it. But like you guys were also dealing with near the beginning, the financial investments really are what help you get kickstarted. So when you don't have that, it's like all you have to do, all you can do at that time is roadmap. So more or less, that's also something we can both compare on. And that's what connects all musicians. That's what connects all counterculture musicians is that same experience of understanding step 1, lineup, step 2, investment, step 3, just taking it a little bit more seriously, and step 4, acquiring opportunities when you can, networking with bands, communicating with bands, getting in touch with your local scene. That way you can do more local shows, possibly even be the headliner for said local shows. Like that's really how you get started. That's how you become relevant. So it's amongst other things, it's one of the greatest privileges of me being a podcast host when I can not be there at the very beginning, but be there a little bit before you guys really shoot off, and then you're too cool to jump on the podcast or something. Totally kidding, but that's how it happens most of the time. Either that or the DMs are just blowing up with other marketing opportunities, right? Especially now that you guys are signed to, well, the home of the heavy, Unique Leader Records. And I can easily be transparent in saying that near the beginning when I saw you guys' logo, I'm like, because I'm definitely more of a deathcore slam type of guy. So I'm like, this logo is like really, really simplistic. Like, how good can this band be? And sometimes as a calligraphy artist, that's the first impression I get is, okay, how detailed is their logo? How filthy, how thorny, how rosebush friendly is their logo? And if it's not, well, sometimes I get intimidated. And I'm like, nah, this ain't metal enough. But then I actually listen to the Voynich code. I listen to, I do believe, it's the music video with the devil, with the demon dude.
Like in the woods.
I'm not sure. Shit. I'll have to look that up real quick. Okay, so
that's probably Unholy Catastrophe.
Yes, Unholy Catastrophe. There we go. So I listened to Unholy Catastrophe. I'm like, yo, that logo is so deceptive. Like, this is fucking good. And from there on out, I'm like, hey, do you guys want to be on the podcast? Please, I misunderstood. I misread the situation. Please be friends with me or some shit like that. And here we are. But Andre, before we go ahead and dive as far as we can into Vinny's story, essentially, one thing I would want you to do is go ahead and provide me some of the lessons that you've learned along the way in becoming the final touch master for the Voynich code. Some lessons that you've learned as musicians that you can pass the baton off to for future bands who are inspired by your work.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of hard to writing good music, I think. At least for me, you need to have like a proper ear and like creating a good structure for the music, especially that. I think it's very, very hard to find these days like bands with a good music structure. That's what captivates like the public, right? Otherwise, we're just gonna be at the metalcore scene in 2010 again, and like I don't think the songs are very well written per se. It's still very good songs, but the structure is very complicated to understand. And I think we did like a good job in the Voynich code, like all of us, and like writing a good structure for the music, and take your time to write like good riffs. I think that's the main thing here.
Right. So one riff master to all those in the future. Take your time with the riffs. Take time. Expect changes with the band because, like you said, you guys went from metalcore, in which to be honest, I'm gonna put myself on the spot. I have not listened to the original album just yet. But now that you mentioned it's like a completely different genre, right? You guys were a completely different group of people at the time. Well, now I'm intrigued. So now I might have to do the homework, go back and check out like how different those other records, EPs, singles are from that of Insomnia. But I'm excited to do so. Because at the end of the day, I like to take pride in saying that I have at least a couple bands that I like in all of the core genres, all of the main genres, and all major super genres in music. So when it comes to getting in touch and getting to know musicians like yourself, it's very important that it feels very important to do the homework and see what was there before and the journey that you guys are about to take now that you have joined Unique Leader Records, amongst other things. So that would be the lesson provided by Andre. To all you riff masters out there, all of you guitarists who are just getting started, is expect changes and take time with your riffs, which I think all things happen the way they're supposed to in due time. Like, don't force the creative process, because then you have, well, a rushed product. And chances are that rushed product, especially depending on whether or not you're independent or on a record label, not calling out any record label specifically, just the general idea of it is, well, most bands have like 2 years to make a new album, 2 or 3 years to make a new album. So of course, after touring, after doing promo, after selling merch, and especially if you're independent, just supervising all of that, making sure people get their orders properly, or if you have management, if you have people you're working with on a label, the experience, like it can kind of balance itself out. It has pros and cons, right? But at the end of the day, it's very important to take your time and make sure that the music, the material that you're trying to write, is just not half-assed. Simple as that. The last thing that I would want to ask you tonight, Andre, as we move on to, well, chapter 2 of part 1 or some shit, would be to pluck 5 different characters off of you in these major categories. And I'll provide you the script, right? The script would be 5 albums, EPs, genres, bands, or people that have helped you kind of pave the path that you are still traveling on with the Voynich code. And whether it be music or people, who and what inspired you to do all that you have done so far for the Voynich code?
Okay, so I guess I'll just start with some bands, maybe. I would say it's very hard, man. There's so many bands out there. I don't know. I would say Black Dahlia Murder, probably. Can I name like some other bands as well, and guitarists, people like that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. So Born of Osiris for sure. Slipknot, of course. I mean, there's so many bands out there. Aborted, and you have
Ooh,
a
okay.
flag there. You can see.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Yeah. Let me see. Brandon Ellis is my favorite guitarist in the moment. The guy from Black Valley Murder. I don't know.
Yeah, no pressure, man.
Sorry,
No pressure.
it's very hard.
So usually if people are having difficulty sorting through the absolute hundreds of artists, albums, EPs, genres, whatever, that kind of help them pave the way. If not that, I'm going to put you a little bit more on spot here and ask what your favorite album of 2023 was. If you had one.
Yeah. Probably the one from Diary's Murder. The last one.
Fair enough.
Very, very good album.
Hell yeah. And I think you've provided me 3 characters so far, so you got 2 left. Maybe I lost track though.
I would say that like an album that really changed my my way of like seeing things in terms of composition was Messages from August Burns Red, like back in the day.
Yeah, fair enough. I haven't listened to the album yet. I've really, I got started with their discography during the Phantom Anthem cycle. And then from that point, like Guardians was pretty good. Death Below was pretty good. I just didn't like that the album cover was AI art. I'm like, come on, like you have the money to make a real album cover. So that's like really the only reason I didn't listen to that record at all, is just because like August Burns Red has the platform that they do. They're on the record label that they are. And like, they're like, you know what, let's go ahead and be trendy or something. And basically have a machine make the album art instead of a natural person. Like that kind of stirred me the wrong way. So I haven't listened to that record, not really, but Guardians, Phantom Anthem was really good. Would you recommend Messengers in place of any other previous albums before Phantom Anthem?
Yeah, because I think it was the album that changed everything at the metalcore scene, and like those breakdowns with the China kind of stuff.
Yeah,
that's what started everything, I guess.
Cool. All right. Well, I do appreciate you, Andre, providing 5 different characters that have helped you kind of become the finishing touch master per se. And I think that's going to be just the working title. So if we ever meet in person, we'll be like finishing touch master, be like, hey. Simply said, I do appreciate the 5 characters that you have provided that have made you into the finishing touch master that you are today. And therefore, we now move over to good old Vinny. So the same exact way that I did with Andre, and take as much time as you need, honestly, because this is like quite literally until further notice and until someone cooler comes along the way, maybe the Garza podcast, maybe the Hardcore Keem show, whatever it might be, right? Basically, I want you to take as much time as possible, maybe even like ignite some nostalgia in your mind. Go as far back as you're willing to go and kind of tell us about the journey, your journey in becoming the rhythm guitarist, or, you know, the other guitarist, right, for the Voynich Code. And like, how did everything happen, man? Like, how did everything come to be for you?
Yeah, so I would say like really back in time, I always had a connection with music overall. Like came from my parents, and we used to, I would say, like, I was born in Brazil, and there is a lot of bad music and trash music coming out from Brazil, especially now. And it's a country that's, I would say, like half of the music is pretty good when we think about the traditional styles like MPB or bossa nova, and you have like big composers and all this stuff. And then you have like bad music, in my opinion, which is kind of like funk and all this stuff. So we're talking about really deep Brazilian music. But I was born, and I remember my parents listening to some albums and some radio, but it was always like filtered. And so I grew up like listening to, I would say, good music, not talking about heavy music at the moment, but more like good music, like rock. And my dad sometimes he used it to blast Nirvana and all the stuff in the car. So I always liked music that has instruments. It's not like samples and all this stuff, or like electronic music. And after that, after some years, when I was pretty young, like I think 9 or 10, my stepfather used to listen a lot of Scorpions and all these type of rock and roll bands, and I got started listening to it as well, and I liked it, like how it sounded and the guitar solos and all this stuff. And one day I remember like going to a CD store, and they had like Iron Maiden CDs with these type of artworks that looked like pretty diabolical. It's fun because now Iron Maiden sounds soft for me, but at the moment it was like kind of shocking. So I wanted to listen to them, and my stepfather gave me a CD, and that eventually leads to buying the DVD in the Rock in Rio Brazil in 2001 or 2001, I think. And when I watched the DVD, I was like fascinated by the guys playing guitar. So using the Floyd Rose and all the stuff and doing crazy solos. And I was like, yeah, maybe I should learn guitar because it's probably going to be fun and you can get to play cool stuff. And it has this lead part in the guitar that kind of have the band, but then comes a guitar solo and you're the hero for like 30 seconds. So it was the feeling that I had from Iron Maiden. So I ended buying a guitar, classic guitar, and started learning. And it was like Andre said, like between 10 years old and like 16 or 15 or 16, I wasn't that interested. I had the classical guitar in my apartment, but I wasn't playing. And then when I went to high school, I started like getting interested again. So I started playing, and a few newer bands were coming up. Like I started listening to more heavy bands. Kind of went from Iron Maiden to stuff like Black Label Society with like, it wasn't that heavy, but the tuning were lower. Like while playing pinch harmonics, doing solos. And it was like a progression. After that, I was always listening to more complex and hardcore stuff. And at that time, when I started playing bands, we had MySpace, the MySpace era. So newer bands were showing up in MySpace, like Born of Osiris, all of my like lots of Marion Records bands, and mixing with some old school death metal bands. And we used it to go to a certain area of Lisbon that most of the metal heads would go to, like in a Friday night, to drink a beer, because here in Lisbon, like we have lots of bars that you can pick a beer and be on the streets drinking and talking with each other. So we use it to go to this place and talk about the MySpace bands. So I really remember, for example, when August Burns started, and everyone was saying like, they have like what they call breakdowns, like the guitars doing the same that the drum kicking, and it was really like big innovation, at the time. So, and this was the basic route. Like I started listening to a lot of music. I started playing guitar. I had some up and downs during my learning phase, and I ended playing a band called Into the Abyss before the Voynich Code. And at the time I thought I were playing good, but then when the Voynich Code started, and I started like playing the stuff that Andrea was writing at the time, really like kicked my way of playing guitar and getting better and practicing and learning. So it was like I started like from Scorpions and ended like in deathcore basically. But it was like a period of, I don't know, like 10, 15 years, something around that. So yeah, it's been like, I'm 32 now, so it's been like 20 years, basically almost 20 years into this, like playing guitar and listening to music. But I think one of the things now, it's like I still listen to a lot of music. Like most of the time, they're heavy music, but sometimes I like to go to more some experimental stuff. Like I went a few months to Pliny concert, which is pretty much it's like metal, but it's more prog. You know, it's more. I like some electronic music as well, and I tend to be like like if I compare to someone famous, I like to think about like Rick Rubin. Like it's a guy that listened to metal, to classic music, to electronic music, to hip hop. It's like, so it's kind of my point of view on music is basically that, like being open minded, and it's kind of refreshing in metal because you can bring some cool stuff from other genres to metal. So basically that's the story,
Yeah, exactly. Just in case it kind of cut short for whatever reason. No, it's really fascinating. You bring up a very good point that metal is one of those genres to where you can bring almost anything over, or any major genre over to it, integrate it some way, and just make a brand new thing. It's incredible. Unfortunately, with like, of course, there are plenty of artists that are attempting to blend genres, like maybe country and rap, but not really doing so hot, right? Or at least no artists that I've found so far really make it work the way that they're wanting to make it work. Um, you can't exactly combine Tupac era hip hop with bluegrass, right? You can try to, and one day you can make it work, but it's going to take a lot longer than just adding EDM and maybe even the samples from a major sci-fi franchise and then dubbing that Star Trek core or some shit. There's a lot more opportunities in metal to combine genres, and it's really cool to see over time just because it is so simple, but there's so much energy. So there's always room to grow. There's always potential for change. And that's the beauty of metal to me, is that everybody is so open-minded. Everybody is so creative in this industry for what it's worth, in this world, this deep underground counterculture music world, that when it comes down to trying new things and really trying to help yourself stand out from the rest of the crowd, well, shout out to Dragon Corpse, literally a band that combines the high singing spectrums from power metal, but also deathcore. And their first EP is actually themed off of a Dungeons and Dragons campaign that the band is doing, even though they're actually international, based between Australia, the US, and Canada. And their main marketing strategy, and until further notice, is fucking dragons. So it's like slay the Dragusi, like, silly shit like that. It really helps freshen up the genre. Dragon Corpse is like one of those that I could definitely attest to as far as really distinguishing themselves from other bands, being serious, being motivated. Their new single, Quest for Fire, I think, or something very similar, comes out March 20th. So we got a bit of time before that comes out, but it's all about doing your best to help you stand out from the crowd. Of course, you contribute to the genre. You can contribute to the scene at hand and say that this song could be for fans of Jinjer, Slayer, Cannibal Corpse, but this band is not a Jinjer, Slayer, Cannibal Corpse cover. No, this is the Voynich code, for example. It's always really fun and interesting to see how bands will continue to do that going into the near future, whether they get heavier or seeing things. That's another example from Czechoslovakia, literally mixing like Matrix house EDM with metalcore and making it work. It's incredible. It's incredible to see what they're doing. And shout out to them as well, because I cannot wait for their new album, their first full-length album, to come out this year. That should be a bunch of fun to promote. Hopefully we can get them back on the show at that time. But after all, this session is about the Voynich code. So without providing too many shout outs to too many other bands that we've already had on the show, Vinny, I do appreciate the commentary that you have provided us so far, kind of getting us introduced to what was your musical journey, the bands that you listened to from the very beginning, and really leading up to what would be your contributions, your role in this awesome new breakthrough band, the Voynich Code, as they kind of descend into a more death metal, but still metal era for their music. Should be really fun, and I cannot wait to see what you guys end up unleashing in the near future. So if anything, very similar in fashion to what I ended up asking Andre. I wanted to go ahead and ask, what was like do you remember your first guitar? And do you
Yeah.
remember like your first like bunch of gear and all that other shit? And if you have any dream guitars, amps, plugins that you're planning to get into the future to continue like personalizing yourself inside of this 4-piece at the moment.
Yeah, so right now in terms of gear, we are using a Fractal FM3, and I don't think we're planning on getting new stuff, unless like something new can come up. But I really would like to get some amps that I used to have before, like a PV5150, like the classical one. And but in terms of guitars, I really would love to have Music Man again. I used to have two. Yeah, it's a very, very good guitar. And an Aristides, probably. And maybe more halves guitars. I don't know if you know the brand. It's a German brand.
I would not know that.
Yes, it's the guitar that I'm using right now. I have two of them, and they're super, super nice. So yeah,
Badass. And Vinny, if anything, just the same exact way that I asked Andre, do you have any lessons that you've learned along the way in becoming a musician and really motivating yourself, dedicating yourself to this craft?
Yeah, it's as everybody says, and it's not. It's like the real truth about being a band. It's like it's gonna be really hard and it's gonna be really tough because like it's a group of individuals and each one thinks in a different way, and to make it work, sometimes you need to organize your ideas and focus in the strongest points that each member has. So it's something that we always tried with the Voynich code. So I see that one of the common mistakes with most of the bands is they try sometimes they fight each other in a ego form. Like there is like it's usually one in a group of 5. You always have 1 or 2 members that they're gonna be more talented than the others, or they're gonna be better at specific things compared to the others. And most of the bands sometimes they break up because they cannot deal with that. They cannot accept that maybe I'm good doing A and Andrea, for example, is good doing B. So let's just split our work. Like I do A and he does B, and when we mix it, everything's gonna be is gonna work. So I think like a band, it's a lot of work until you have a team running things for you. So when you start a band, it's only musicians. The budget that goes into the band only comes from the musicians. So it has to be like you need to do good music and you need to be financially organized and you need to do smart decisions. And I think that's the main thing about the band. Like you do a band, if there is anyone that is really good writing music, just let that person write music. You can contribute, but if he's much, much better than the others, like just let him do it and maybe don't let him deal with other stuff that's gonna compromise his talent. So the example that I'm giving is like Andre, for example, he's a pretty amazing guitar player and he knows, not just by that, he knows how to write music. And he says no, but it's true. And the thing is like most of the writing passes by him, and some of the stuff that the band has, like for example, having merch ideas or having like album conception. Obviously, Andre has a voice on it, but he's more focused in doing music while the rest of the band is focused in doing the other stuff that we are good at it, like videos, photography, and all the stuff. So this is my advice, but sometimes it works different, like I've seen some bands that work in a different type of organization and they're fine with it. Some musicians hate to do calls, some musicians prefer to be in person and like write in person. Some others prefer to each one stay at home and do their part and send to each other, and there's a guy that mix everything together. So I think you need to find a sweet spot how it works for everyone. And it's teamwork, so you cannot be selfish. You cannot try to pull for your ego. Sometimes you have to let it go, and if things work, it's gonna work for everybody. So everybody's gonna get better and grow up. So, but it's much easier to talk than actually doing, So it's like
easier said than done.
Yeah, the advice I like to give is like, at the end of the day, it's pretty fun to have a band, but it's a lot of work to enjoy 30 minutes of entertainment. You have to work several days before getting there. So before landing a big tour, you work at like 1 or 2 years, and you don't know if it's gonna work or not. So my advice is like, don't give up and keep doing until you get tired and you don't want to do anymore. So, but before that happens, if it doesn't happen, just keep doing. And it works for every type of music, basically.
Yeah, exactly. It's so more or less what you're saying is be patient, be motivated, work hard, because you're going to need to work hard for a long time if you want anything relevant to happen for your band. Expect things to be difficult, but be willing person by person to adapt to how they operate and how they're contributing. Understand their contributions, but work as a team. So very teamwork oriented words that Vinny provided us just now. Stay motivated, take your time, because it's going to take a long time to get started, and understand how to work in a team, because at the end of the day, a band is composed of at least 4 to 5 people, if that. Sometimes it's 2, sometimes it's 3. And well, for example, Victims from Chicago, Illinois, shout out to the Bad Luck Crew. They started out with just 3, and now they are a full length 5-piece band. It takes a long time. It even took them a long time because they're independent, right? It takes a good chunk of time to make anything happen. But if you're willing to put in the hours, if you're willing to put in the energy and the creative expenditures and stuff, then it will be worth it eventually. And that can prevail between all major genres. Thank you, Vinny, for those words of insight, that lesson, what you've learned over time being in the projects that you have been in so far, including the Voynich Code and your contributions to this band project. My final question for you, speaking to Vinny, because in about at least 10 minutes, we'll be associating you both as the Voynich Code, right? Same way that I asked Andre, I'm looking to pluck 5 of those characters off of you, 5 of those major categories. What has helped you get onto the path that makes Vinny, if I may pronounce your last name, Kuna, or is it Kuna?
Yeah, Cunha.
Cunha. Okay, sick. That's actually really cool. So Vinny Cunha, this is your path. This is the path that you've taken. This is your legacy, right? What are 5 different albums, genres, artists, people, or even standalone songs that have really helped motivate you in paving the path that you have traversed so far?
I think like, well, the first of like the albums that I would like to talk about it would be most of Black Label Society albums. It was like the main transition between going from rock music, like from the bands that we are used to listen, like AC/DC, Scorpions, and all this stuff, to it kind of made a bridge between those bands and the heavier bands, like we can go into like Valley Murder, All Shall Perish, and all this stuff. So it was like, I think I remember watching a DVD from Black Label Society and thinking like, how heavy they sounded, the palm mutes, the pinch harmonics, and all the stuff. So like I don't have specific album. Like I like I have to remember the name, but it has the 1919 Eternal. I think it's that album. But most of their old school albums, like you have the Blessed Hellride, 1990 Eternal. Like there are some really good albums that have downtuning, peaking, downtuning in the guitar, and you have pinch harmonics and heavy riffs and all the stuff. So that would be my first option. Then I think like when I started listening to Black Dahlia Murder, just like Andre mentioned it, the first albums, like until Nocturnal, the first 3 albums were really like a game changer because they were fast, they were heavy, but melodic at the same time. They had everything there. It was like the perfect recipe. I think Nocturnal is like perfect. Probably like, if you ask me which album I would bring to a desert island, probably would be Nocturnal from Black Dahlia, because you have the lyrics are spot on. They're creative. Drums are fast. You have good guitar solos, heavy riffs. Some riffs are groovy, some then are really fast. So I think that's like the perfect album, and it's one of my biggest inspirations. And then there's some bands that comes like, I think each year I have 2 or 3 bands that kind of stay on my playing list most of the year. So it's like a process. Like Andres said, when we started, it used to sound like something, and now it's sounding completely not completely different, but in a different way, because almost 10 years has passed. So we were listening to a lot of new music. We got to tour with some other bands that kind of inspired us as well, and we met some musicians on the road and some friends, and like everyone that worked with us, like Christian that mixed most of our stuff, Thiago, our sound tech, which also runs a studio and do our drum recording. So they kind of, each one that contribute with ideas, and we were like, okay, yeah, this makes sense. Yeah, let's do like this. And so I think when it comes to bands, I would say Black Dahlia Murder, Black Label Society, then other bands like All Shall Perish, Born of Osiris as well. Some old school bands like Oceano, Die Artist Murder. Man, there's so many stuff. But like, I know a lot of bands. It's like, it's hard to pick like 5 or 10, but and some other crazy bands like different from metal. Like I like a lot of Dillinger Escape Plan, Converge, even sometimes stuff like Napalm Death, you know, like they all have like special things that, like Dying Fetus, me and Andrea, we listen to that a lot, like a lot of death metal, Aborted, Dying Fetus, Hate Eternal. It's like they're all important. So basically
all important.
And when it comes to guitar players, I would say like, it's like I don't play solos. Basically, I'm not a lead guitar player, but obviously I like some like Brandon Ellis from Black Dahlia, like what else more? I like Jason Richardson that used to play in Born of Osiris, Chelsea Green, and now his solo career. Aaron Marshall from Intervals, and other guys like Dino Canizares from Fear Factory. Like his right hand is insane, and yeah, it's basically like even Max Cavalera from Sepultura. You know, it's like each of them has like a special feature. So they all contributed to.
They all have a part of your story, really, musically speaking. They were all alongside that roadmap that you have so far traversed, and they all inspired you in one way or the other. And really doesn't matter what genre. There are so many prominent deathcore bands, including Chelsea Grin, that don't even listen to deathcore that much when they're not touring or when they're on the road. Because it's like, well, you don't exactly want to have that creative pollution occurring. You don't exactly want to be so just buried in that genre that you don't understand anything else. You're not able to appreciate any other major genres. So it's always important to me, to be honest, that there are more metal bands, there are more metal artists in the world and musicians who are open-minded in that aspect. It really helps things stay original. It really helps things continue to be honest musically. Of course, early stages, right? When you're in like high school and stuff, yeah, you can have all these deathcore, metalcore, thrash metal, death, whatever bands that you're absolutely obsessed with. And you're like, fuck country, fuck pop. All those bands are stupid. I only listen to screamo and metal, maybe a little bit of rap here and there, but other than that, screw all this other music. It's trash. It's not metal. And then you get out of high school, you get out into the real world, you become an adult, and then you finally start expanding. To me, that's the true beginning of you becoming a music enthusiast. That's the true beginning of you becoming a musician. Because if you can't learn to appreciate other genres of music and you're just so entirely obsessed with the genre that you want to contribute to, well, that eventually breeds elitists. That breeds gatekeepers. And it's funny at first, but then over time, it's like, wow, these guys really only have one avenue that they're just head over heels for. So it's important to be open-minded, without a doubt. And I do believe that will be a great way to conclude what will be part one of the entire podcast session here with Andre and Vinny first. And what I do believe we will be doing now is, even if we don't exactly have your vocalist, the main lyricist for Insomnia, in session, it is always important to me that every part of the band has their opportunity to kind of talk about the major ideas behind the band project, and your most recent album, because we're here to promote Insomnia as well. So kind of get yourself into an imaginary scenario, right? You're in a library. You're not in a band. You're not a guitarist for the Voynich Code. You're just a casual library goer. You're into books instead or something. You go into the library, you find the album cover for Insomnia, and you find it, you look at the front, it's like Insomnia by the Voynich Code. You look on the back. One thing I would want to ask the both of you is, like, what does Insomnia mean to you? And what was the impression? Like, how did you guys kind of contribute what you did for Insomnia? What would be the chunk of passage on the back first introducing you to the book, and why?
It's a very hard question. I go first, Vinny.
You want me to go first? Yeah, I can go.
Yeah.
I think the thing is about how I would introduce the album to someone that doesn't listen to metal. Is that correct? Yeah, I think one of the things that we I think, like, most of our artworks, they kind of don't represent how heavy the sound inside the album might be. When we started, both Ignotum and Aqua Vitae, I would say only Postmortem kind of runs a little bit out of the rule, but Insomnia, Aqua Vitae, and Ignotum, if you look to the artwork, they are more like beautiful than extreme aggressive or obscene. So it's one of the things that we kind of like it to play. It was like the reaction of looking to the CD or the vinyl and saying, like, oh, maybe this could be like a hard rock band, you know? And once the person listen, they're like, oh, okay, this is really heavy. But the first impression when we look to our albums, especially when it comes to the artwork, is like, maybe could be metal, but maybe could be not. But once you listen to it, it's metal and it's heavy. So, but Insomnia, I think it's it's an album that kind of brings all the maturity and everything that we learned in the past, and it's really well put. And I think even the artwork is connected with music, because Kyle did a great job. He put into reality the idea that we had, and yeah, exactly, and matched the music pretty well. So I would say it's like that. Like I don't want to deep dive in music before Andre talking, but I would start it like that. Maybe like I would say this could be like a really heavy band or not. So look to this artwork and decide if you want to give it a try or not. So
Yeah, it's I would say it's like the artwork is a piece of art that you walk into a museum and see like this big picture, you know. And for me, Insomnia uh musically is like a path of everything that I've learned, and I've kind of put everything together like piece by piece in each song. And yeah, that's a very important album to me.
oh, we cannot hear it,
Oof,
Shem.
we lost sound
Yeah,
again.
again, we lost it.
So, one very important thing to recall, especially if you see Insomnia as a book in a library, is, quote, a very peaceful, like though there's fire in the background, per se, it is a very peaceful rendition of something darker and heavier, but nonetheless, it is a collection of journeys that leaves one almost like it leaves one almost sleepless, and understanding what has occurred along the way, well, it provides you insomnia because you're having to recollect, you're having to think upon all the things that have occurred so far, and therefore insomnia. Shout out to Kalen Stokermans as well, as we have recently had him on the show. That was probably one of the biggest milestones of this podcast, is getting one of the best, if not the best, graphic artist in counterculture music history. Someone who literally paints the Sistine Chapel, but for metal bands, for deathcore bands, for metallic hardcore bands, beatdown bands, whatever, for the home of the heavy, Century Media Records, and any and all applicable clients. It has been really fascinating to see all the various pieces that he has done. And I will say that this is probably the most museum-friendly piece that I have seen in his category, being that it has all those kind of brighter colors. And again, despite the fire in the background, you have this dude, you have this gentleman on the front, in which we will have to name the character or like figure out what's going on there at a later time. But this gentleman, well, he's weeping. He has a chalice. He has a dead bird next to the chalice. There's a whole bunch of different stuff going on here, but I'm sure it is all beautifully intricate symbolism. And I await the opportunity that we are able to kind of deep dive into this album, lyrically speaking. Now, if I may ask, because more or less I did skip a couple other questions, and there was an alternate imaginary scenario that I usually conjure for bands during the session, and being that you two are very, very important pieces to the puzzle that is the Voynich code, we're going to go ahead and jump into another imaginary scenario. Okay, so you guys are playing a live show. You just finished your set. Whoever goes to the merch table is over at the merch table. Just pretend it's you for this scenario. You have people approaching the table. They're drenched in sweat. They might be missing teeth. They might even have like a tissue, making sure that they don't bleed out because they got punched so hard in the face during Hellbound or Unholy Catastrophe that they lost a tooth. And they're like, well, lost a tooth, but let's go get some merch. They are exhausted. They are delirious. But of course, nonetheless, they have very clickbait questions to provide you guys. And the first one would be, speaking to you both as the Voynich code. You guys aren't Andre and Vinny anymore. You're just the band. but we can't exactly enact frontman syndrome during session tonight. So thank God or something. Just kidding. So they then ask you, why did you name the band the Voynich Code? Like, what does that even mean? What would be your answers to that question?
So it's based on a Polish manuscript, actually, called the Voynich manuscript. And yeah, care to continue with it? You know what more about this than I.
Yeah, it's like when we, I think, well, it's been a long time ago, but I think we first got the members to do the band, and I remember deciding the name of the band when we were 5. So Miguel, our previous bass player, he used it to, and he still does. He still works in the creative side. He works with a lot of. He used it to work with advertising. Now he works with brand activations. But he was always like He always had a good creative mind. So I was talking to him about names, and I was saying, let's pick like something like that comes from a mystery that hasn't been solved or hasn't been like I say, like unpuzzled or something like that. So we started looking at the internet about mysteries and stuff that were not discovered, and we found out about the manuscript that had language that no one could decipher and all that stuff. So we wanted, at the beginning, we spoke about the Voynich manuscript, but then the sound and the way you would say the name, then it would be hard. So we kind of move it to the Voynich code. So it's basically based on the manuscript. Like, we always had like a mystery vibe around the videos. Like Insomnia kind of slips away a little bit from that. Because when we started, we were more like genty. We are in a genty area, lots of bands playing with sci-fi, universe, galaxies, and all this stuff. So we kind of went for that route of the mystery and all this stuff. So sometimes I like to play with Andrea and say sometimes we forget about the name. We are writing music and we kind of forget about the manuscript because it's been like 10 years. So but we should like we should reconsider like doing like some music video inspired of that. We do a lot of merchandising. Sometimes we like to put the manuscript and some elements. Yeah, but yeah, basically that's the story. We picked like a good mystery and we tweaked the name. And Miguel was like, "Yeah, the Voynich Code is a good idea. Let's do it." And boom. And then he came up with a slogan called "Unveil the Mystery." Like all our posts when we started were like, 3 days left. Stay tuned. Unveil the mystery. And we started using that a lot. And sometimes we use it in a few posts, but it's not the main focus anymore. But it was a cool slogan, yeah, for sure.
Absolutely. And so if I'm understanding this correctly, with the Voynich manuscript, that has still yet to be decrypted, that the story for that code and the manuscripts provided still has yet to be unveiled. So essentially with your band project, you're basing it off of something that has yet to be figured out, a puzzle that has yet to be put together, which is really fascinating. Like thinking in human history and thinking back on perhaps information that has been plucked from the public eye, or just the overall intrigue for mystery. Well, that's pretty awesome. That's really good marketing for your music, because like listening to the Voynich Code, truly speaking, I think the closest thing I could compare the Voynich Code to would be extreme metal, with prominent artists being Jinjer, especially with the guitar tones and stuff. It almost sounds like it's being made by people from a separate chunk in time, like from a prior era in space and time, maybe even metal of the Babylonians, the Mesopotamians, maybe even metal being made by the Anunnaki, which is like ancient shit, right?
Yep.
It's interesting to kind of see that's kind of that's more or less the reason behind the name. Like that's really cool. And now I'm even more intrigued. I'm like, what are you guys planning to fucking do in the future, man? Like, what are you up to behind the scenes? Because it's always fun. Mystery is always great. And I can tell you one thing for sure is that when you theme it off of one of the many few mysteries in the world that has yet to be unsolved by the public eye, well, basically until that mystery is solved, you get to kind of play around with that mystery. You get to manipulate it a little bit. And possibly even in the future, like you said, Vinny, it's like, hey, we're kind of slipping away from the Voynich manuscript, and we're kind of slipping away from that sense of mystery. And of course, the music that we're writing, Insomnia, that being your first major effort through Unique Leader Records, it's like, of course, you have to have something that's a little bit more formula, something that's a little bit more surface plain thinking, right? That way it's easier to digest, it's easier to listen to, especially for lyric heads like myself who want to deep dive as much as possible, you know. So it's really intriguing to know that maybe in the future the Voynich code will consist of like a little bit more mystery and a little bit more research, right? Because everybody loves a good puzzle. But that's besides the point. I do appreciate you both, the both of you gentlemen, providing me kind of like a little bit more lore from your chunk of the timeline, from your chunk of that connecting point, those connecting paths, right? It's very important to me that we get those stories told and we get the perspective of all the members of the Voynich code. Now, with that mystery formula in mind, and wanting to always create something that's a little bit like every band wants to create something fresh. They want to create something that says this is what the Voynich code is, but also we want to do other stuff. So don't concrete yourself. Don't settle for that formula. Like, let's attempt to continue expanding as we go into the future, as all artists do. For the both of you, what is the most important part about writing a song for the Voynich code, whether it be for Insomnia or anything else that you've written beforehand? And I want to hear this person by person, because I want to see how different these takes could possibly be.
Yeah. For me, is maintaining the formula that we've created like along these years, and try to keep it this way, but evolving at the same time. Like still unveiling that mystery, like the thing with the manuscript, you know.
Yeah.
As you can see, like at the beginning, you didn't check our first EP, right? The Ignotum.
Correct.
Like
I have not checked that out yet.
Like the synths at that time, we used to have like a lot of synths and not so much orchestration. It was like very Egyptian kind of stuff, like Born of Osiris at the time. And now it evolves to a whole completely different thing, like orchestra stuff. So that's one of the things that are evolving with us, along with the formula of the writing and the structure of the songs, and also the riffs, of course.
Sick. Yep. How about you, Vinny?
Yeah, I think I share basically a similar opinion to Andrea. I think before Insomnia we had the EP called Postmortem, and Postmortem, I feel it's like it was a ramp going to Insomnia. So I really like the result with Postmortem, and remember telling Andrea I think we did a good job, and let's keep this type of music and this type of vibe. And what Andrea did with Insomnia was keeping the same style, but a little bit more mature. There's a few aspects that I like it in Postmortem, because we really, since it was an EP, we really tried new things like acoustic guitars and some spoken word riff passages that we did. And Insomnia is more like straightforward, more brutal, but Andrea managed to create some riffs that kind of it gives you space to breathe. You know, it's like it's pretty heavy, pretty consistent in terms of speed, but then you have some chorus that are more open. You can like you've been like being massacred, and then you have plenty to open your eyes. But comes back to the next part. So I think and I feel like from all the
Vinny, your
songs that
connection's a little
we
bit off right now.
sorry,
No, you're fine.
can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can. We can hear you
Yeah.
now. We had a little bit of
Wasn't
that
at all.
manuscript happening there for a second.
Yeah, I was saying that I think this album is more like my favorite one from all the records that we've done, and it's the more consistent. It's the more like an album that I listened from the first track to the last one, and everything feels like connected with good passage between each song. All the songs make sense, and yeah, it's basically like I just said, like the structure were really like we talked about the structure, the way the songs were done, and having some attention to the vocals as well, like leaving silence when they need to be, so the vocals can do their solo part and all this stuff. So, but this comes with maturity, especially from Andre, that is the guy that does the pre-production and the production, and the guy that has the studio skills. It's basically, if you think almost 10 years has passed, so we learned a lot, especially from live contests, like how other bands do it and how they play. And so I think it's Insomnia is that result, basically.
Fair enough. Yeah, that's sick. Well, gentlemen, I do appreciate you both kind of providing your perspective on how things went on your end for Insomnia. And basically, until we get the other boys in session, I do believe that that'll actually be the end of the session for tonight as we attempt to get the two other puzzle pieces together. But we will see you guys then. Okay, so currently for me, it is 3:14 p.m. over here in Phoenix, Arizona. Over in Portugal, for these boys, for both Nelson and Daniel, well, it's a lot later in the day. It's pretty late at night right now. And going off of the first half of what will be the debut podcast session with the Voynich Code, between the Voynich Code and the Anatomy podcast, well, by the time we are done with that session, it was like closer to midnight. So basically what we will be doing in the second half of this podcast session is we will be doing our best to take as little time as possible, kind of like efficiently speed run through everything. Tell the story of the vocalist Nelson and the remaining member we had yet to host from last time, that being Daniel Torgol. We will be telling their stories. We will be going under the skin of Insomnia later in session, and then just kind of concluding upon any commentary that they might have from that point on. So, how are you boys doing tonight? How are you gentlemen doing?
Great, yeah.
Doing good. Good. Happy to hear. And I'll do apologies to the both of you that we ended up having to reschedule this session so many times. This being, the remaining portion of the Anatomy podcast with the Voynich Code. I know I've been looking forward to the session for a very, very long time, as this band, again, seems to just constantly be reminding me, as far as quality and as far as genre, it reminds me of bands such as Shadow of Intent, Jinjer, Slipknot, Thy Art Is Murder, and many, many more. I wholeheartedly think of the Voynich Code basically being the Thy Art Is Murder of your region in the world, of Portugal, of Spain, really, and most of those European countries surrounding. I know you guys are going to be making big moves. So just like I said in the prior session, the goal will be to kind of provide your story early on before this band becomes way too massive to basically spot some time for smaller platforms and stuff, which is completely understandable. But getting into things, we have the first half of the Anatomy podcast, and then, well, in this session, basically, we'll be going into the other half. We'll be talking about everything musically, everything lyrically with Insomnia. I'm really looking forward to it, but utilizing my document that I have, in which I do not believe I sent you guys the questionnaire. So we will take as much time as possible with this. No rush, no pressure. This is your opportunity to shine. This is your opportunity to tell your story to over on Spotify for brief reference, we'll be going over to the
Mhm.
Voynich code, the profile over there that you guys have as soon as it loads, of course. At this moment, the Voynich code has a very glorious, let's see, pardon me, people. We are looking at least 6,442 people who might want to just get to know you a little bit better. And maybe one day when you guys are touring the States, maybe some people are a little bit shy and they don't really have, they don't feel comfortable asking these questions in person. So that's also why the Anatomy podcast aims to dissect your stories, your legacies as much as possible. So starting off, of course, let's go ahead and do a little bit more of an elementary, or that's just at least a term we use over here in the States, the first chunk of school, right? When you're first starting out, basically you're just introducing yourself to the class, telling us what you do, for the band, and maybe in regards to school being the band on the podcast, right? Basically, what I'd have you do is tell a little bit about something that you do outside of the position that you fill for the Voynich code. Be very brief. That way we have plenty of substance to work with afterwards. Gentlemen, take it away.
Okay, I can start. So as a brief presentation, I am Nelson, the main vocalist for the Voynich code, or the Voynich code, as most people call us. Um, uh, I do vocals. I write all the lyrics. I try to help with instrumentals as best as I can, since I was before a bass and a guitar player as well, a long
Respect.
time ago. Um, and besides that, well, I have a lot of hobbies. I love photography. I love videography. Um, I love my son and my wife. I just got a baby, so that's something I have to mention. And
Congratulations.
thank you very much. And I live nature and animals, I guess. So as brief as possible, I think that's it.
Cool. Thank you. Daniel, your turn.
Well, yeah. So I'm basically living out of music only. I'm teaching drums, also guitar, and like music theory. And I do a lot of session work, working with people from worldwide. There is this platform called Sound Better. I work a lot through that. And yeah, well, the rest, it's not much. I pretty much um, spend all my time either playing drums or doing stuff music related. I have other bands as well. So yeah, that's it.
Cool.
I guess we share a common thing besides music, Daniel, which is motorcycles. I forgot to mention
Yeah,
that.
of course.
Ah,
We love
Of
motorcycles.
course, yeah.
that's pretty metal. So I think that's pretty on brand. So
It is.
that's
Yeah.
awesome. Well, thank you, gentlemen, for providing that brief introduction as we're kind of like getting in the warm-up process, right, of the session, knowing a little bit about you without like diving headfirst. We have the questionnaire that I have now composed in due time. That way, well, we have a little bit more structure to utilize, right? We have more specific questions that aren't incredibly improvised in the moment. The two chunks of questionnaire that we have here, they at least amass like 2 to 4 hours. But again, because I kind of lost track of how long the first session was, of course, we will be taking as much time as possible, but still like just trying to make sure that we get through it relatively quickly. But if not, then we might have a record-breaking session today, and that would be pretty fun. Despite the 4-hour sessions that we've already done. So, as we have now covered that more casual, I call it the more elementary introduction, right? Part 1, people, just getting to know you guys and your roles in the band. Now we get into question 1, which this would be either Nelson or Daniel taking it first. You guys are going to take about 10 to 20 minutes and, quote, provide the audience and listeners a roadmap from start to finish, ending with you joining the Voynich code. Whoever wishes to take that away, you may do so. The show is yours.
Okay. Since I'm one of the founders and Daniel is one of the most recent additions to the band, maybe it makes sense that I start so that we can actually bridge to Daniel entering the band. So um, my memory isn't that great, but I'll do my best. I believe that in 2012, me and Vinny, our guitarist, um, we were breaking up a garage band that we had back in the day, and we were both guitarists on that band. And we said that we wanted to do something different, something that, well, in Portugal, being a small country, something that wasn't done or that we knew at the time wasn't being done. And we decided to do some tech deathcore gent kind of style music. Deathcore wasn't all that much on trend back then. I think the trend was back in 2005, 6 when the first deathcore wave was appearing. So we had a lot of roots from deathcore. Gent was a lot on trend at the moment, and well, kind of defined what was our playing style. And yeah, we decided to create a band and asked Andre, our second guitarist, our lead guitarist, to join in. Later on, 2013, we wrote our first piece of music, a single called Antithesis, that we spent a lot of time on, um, tried to polish it as best as we could, and released it with a music video without any kind of expectations for it, since we were used to the garage band scene and playing like 4 or 5 shows live on our home country. So we weren't expecting much. And for our surprise, that single kind of blew up at the time. There wasn't a concept of being viral when we blew up on our first music video. So I can't say it was viral, but it got a lot in a lot of places, especially out of Portugal, things that we were not expecting. So we were overwhelmed, happy, obviously, overwhelmed, and sat down and said, "Well, we have to make make this happen. We have to actually make this band not be a garage band. If we are getting attention, that means we have potential, and that maybe we can one day travel the world playing our songs." And that's what we did. We then started slowly but surely writing our first EP that we released in 2015, I think. And we made our first international shows off of that EP alone. Um, we had a couple of drummers that left, um, and we also lost the bass player that we never got to replace. To be honest, I'm not sure why. I think the computer just does its job, and we never cared to actually look for someone. But who knows? Maybe in the near future we'll have a bass player. Fast forward to, I believe, 2018, we released our first full-length album, which was Aquavitae. And we started exploring new types of songwriting, I think. we started maturing a bit, but I don't think we got exactly where we wanted to be at that time. So it was like, this is what we can do at this moment. So let's just move forward. And we can't say we're not proud of it, but I think, in my opinion, obviously, I think that we made a lot better afterwards because we evolved as musicians. And touring took a big part of that, as evolving musically and professionally. Um, we did a couple of European tours. We went to Japan, and we started building this um, solid the Voynich code type sound that we have now, that we think is uh, our our signature sound. And eventually, the pandemic happened when we were trying to make big things happen, and we lost a big wave of recognition. Of Our name wasn't as much on the internet, which is very important right now, and we ended up losing Euler, which was our previous drummer. Um, so we decided to, okay, we can't stop now. So it's just three of us, me and two guitarists. What are we gonna do? We can't let this die. The pandemic isn't helping, but we have to continue pushing. So we decided to make an EP all by ourselves. We actually got Bryce Butler from Shadow of Intent, which is a good friend of ours that we toured with them back in 2018 with the Faceless. That's how we met him, and he did the drums for that EP. And that EP was kind of a bridge to actually invite Daniel to the band. We already knew Daniel from previous shows. We had bands here from Portugal as well. We obviously recognize his talent and the cute guy that he is. Um, so, well, we just contacted Daniel and said, hey, we don't have a drummer. Whenever or if ever you're available, we would like you to try out and join us. And maybe this is the part where you, Daniel, put your perspective on the roadmap.
Yeah, it's time for it. So yeah, it was like I remember that it all started when you guys were recording the video clip of the dark side of truth, and you guys needed help to record it. I went there. I recorded the clip with you. Back then, I was playing with another Portuguese band, quite well known in the brutal scene, which is Analepsy. But then I had to leave the band due to like professional reasons. And yeah, then when these guys came to me and asked for help for the clip, I said, "Well, I'm not in Analepsy anymore, so if you guys still need a drummer, let's go." And yeah, that's what happened. I joined the band in 2022, so 2 years ago. And then the first show I remember, it was in Madrid. And that's the first tour I did with these guys, or the first tour I ever did across Europe. So, and yeah, since then we've pretty much been, or we've been working on like Insomnia, which was already released. We've done a few shows in Europe. We went to Japan as well in November. So it was the second time the band went there, and my first time in there, which was an incredible experience. And yeah, it's where we're now, trying to prepare more shows and the further promotion for Insomnia.
Fair enough. And I think that's a great start. I mean, after all, more or less the roadmap of how, like, yeah, granted the question that was provided was like the roadmap of how you ended up joining the Voynich code, which is absolutely fair. Um, typically the context of that question would be in regards to, like, as a musician, right? How the both of you, person by person, got into music, got invested, maybe dotted across a couple band projects like the garage bands you guys were mentioning before, and then like how you joined the Voynich code, but it worked out pretty well nonetheless. So of course, thank you, boys, for providing the commentary you have so far regarding, like, just everything relevant to your roadmap, specifically in joining the Voynich code. And again, you guys mentioned the garage bands as well, so that's a good start. That's a fantastic start, and it's a fantastic tangent to kind of deep dive into. But going back, of course, to Nelson, one thing I also want to do is just kind of provide you a little bit more spotlight as far as being a vocalist, and you provided the extra little spice, the extra detail of also being involved instrumentally, possibly in the creative process behind the scenes with the Voynich code, very similar to that of Caleb Shoma with Beartooth, in which, well, more or less, he is the brains of Beartooth, right? He writes absolutely everything, and he just has happened to have some gentlemen stay around for the sense of continuity over the years to tour with him. And I'm sure they also help him with the creative process, but he's definitely the prominent mind when it comes to songwriting. For you, I'm sure it's a little bit different. For you, I'm sure it's more or less the finishing details, like, oh, this riff could sound a lot better than this riff, as opposed to you writing, well, lyrics, doing the vocal patterns, writing drums, bass, and like all that shit, because that would be a totally different animal. And then, well, I would argue that that would definitely have to skyrocket what is currently that 4,000 to 6,000 monthly listeners to at least 100,000 something. But nonetheless, really interesting, really fascinating that at least I can confirm on the Anatomy podcast, Nelson, that you are one of those frontmen who doesn't only just do vocals, right? You're involved in photography, you're involved in videography as well. Maybe not specifically like you being behind the camera, because you can't exactly be behind the camera when you're doing a band photo. That would mean that, well, you're not in the picture, or you'd have to do some weird Photoshop thing where you freeze frame yourself in between the boys. Who knows? Like, the possibilities these days with how much we can manipulate technology is almost limitless. But I definitely want to provide you some frontman syndrome level spotlight in this moment, right? So what I want to do is go as far back as possible in your story and kind of just piece together everything you feel is relevant to you getting into vocals, briefly investing into just knowing how to play guitar and bass. That way you can kind of assist with those final touches. And then, of course, photography, videography. Some could say that's a more casual creative medium, but when it comes to creating music videos and when it comes to really perfecting the image that the Voynich code presents themselves with, well, your music videos speak for themselves. I'm sure the reason that they look as good as they do is because there were a couple reshoots, or you just made sure to have all of the right equipment. You said, okay, we're going to need this camera, this lens, we're going to need this location. I know a buddy who has a warehouse, so we can rent that. Like, I know there's a lot more knowledge that you, and a lot more insight that you provided the crews behind Unique Leader Records and behind everybody you collaborated with to get those music videos done, as well as the photography. So what I want to do is go ahead and just go as far back as possible, and let's kind of piece together how all of those things, well, they combined, they connected at a crossroads and made you the Nelson Rebello of the Voynich code that we know today. Take it away, sir.
Okay. Well, taking it really, really, really back, if we want to actually dissect every single aspect of this journey, it started with one of my father's vinyl records, which was from Scorpions. That was my first ever heavy, if you can call it,
It is.
music that I ever listened in my life. I was probably like 6 or 7. I didn't make much of it because I couldn't understand it at the time, but I liked it, and that was pretty much my first ever encounter with heavy music. Later on my initial teenager years, I started uh, hanging with people that skated because I started skating as well. And within the skating community, we all know that we listen to a lot of punk rock, hardcore, and obviously metal. And at the time, metalcore was starting to build shape, I think, where bands like Killswitch Engage and Bullet for My Valentine were rising, and those bands uh, caught my ear in a way that made me look at metal in a different way and made me want to listen to metal in general in a more regular way. So, and because of bands like Switch Engage and obviously other bands, older bands like Slipknot, Metallica, I wanted to start playing guitar. I did have early moments where I tried to play instruments as a really small kid. I asked my parents for some small drums, an accordion, a flute. I tried a lot of instruments, but as a toy to actually play as a toy, not to learn it.
Yeah.
And on my early teenager years, I picked up my first guitar, asked for my first guitar, and started learning by myself. Um, I dedicated so much time on playing guitar that eventually I started getting mildly good at it. And started posting videos on YouTube back in the day. And this local band called Into the Abyss contacted me saying, "Hey, we saw your videos. We think you would be a good match for a spot we have on our band. Do you want to try out to join?" And 15-year-old me was like, obviously, I want to try to play with a band. I've never played with anyone, so just me, myself, and I on my room. And that's where I met Vinny after 15 years old. So our friendship dates back to when we were 15, 16 years when I joined that band. Vinny was at the band at the time. And yeah, we started playing together, developing our skills together. And eventually, within this garage band that we call Into the Abyss, I started to get involved with vocals because I started listening to Whitechapel. And this kind of sounds cliche because Whitechapel is an influence for so many vocalists that sometimes I even feel bad about saying that it was the reason that I actually started doing vocals there. But the main influence and the main reason why I started doing or trying to do vocals was Whitechapel. I wanted to sound like Phil Bozeman or something similar, and I, well, tried it out, screamed it out until I learned to actually do something. Back then, there were no YouTube videos talking about it. The only thing I think there was a DVD from Melissa Cross that talked about metal vocals, but we here in Europe didn't have easy access to it. And what was on YouTube about Melissa Cross was very scarce, so I just had to learn by myself. I did a lot of mistakes. Thankfully, I've always respected my voice and never lost it, and slowly developed somewhat of a vocalist, a metal vocalist voice.
Gotcha. And that's
When
you're good.
yeah, when we decided to leave into the abyss and start um, the Voynich Code, I had already been in other bands as a vocalist, so I had more experience that gave me the confidence to become the lead vocalist of this band, and that's why I stopped being a guitarist since then and
Mhm.
dedicated all my time to vocals and songwriting and lyrics, obviously.
Right. Yeah, and you've done pretty incredible so far. Like it's always great to be able to look back and kind of review upon what you accomplished before and how far you've come, how far you've gotten as far as being a really prominent, really well articulated vocalist in the band, the Voynich Code. You just have this very, very like unique tone that I love, and there's just enough grit to it that I could compare it to the versatility and lack of, the versatility and lack of force that Tom Barber has. Like I can tell that you're barely having to push, but there's still so much power. There's still so much monstrosity in your vocal spectrum. And in recent times, and especially since I found you guys, since you guys signed to Unique Leader Records, um, I've been like, okay, this band is going to be going places one day. I fucking know it. They sound like they're from another planet, just like Jinjer, just like Krosis, just like Thy Art is Murder. But you guys have your own style, and I'm just so incredibly excited to see how you guys harness that style as time continues. Now, thankfully, it seems that you've covered most of the questions that I would indeed ask from the first lineup of questions regarding the people. More specifically, you had Into the Abyss, but do you have any prominent memories from any of the other band projects you did, or in regards specifically to Into the Abyss, which was the prior project that you met Vinny in? Did that band end up surviving? Are there new people, or did it just kind of crumble into dust one like sometime after you and Vinny decided to depart as well?
Well, the band actually ended right after we left because um, the band already had lost a bassist, um, also a vocalist. So it was just the drummer and both Vinny and I. So when we left, obviously the drummer was left alone and was probably unable to find so many musicians to
Right.
fill in. So it's more than understandable that that band ended up going to the grave, as we call it.
Right.
So yeah,
Cool. And you mentioned that you were indeed in other bands and that you ended up acquiring experience as far as how to take a band more seriously, possibly even traveling even city to city to go ahead and promote the music, promote the material that you had on hand with these other musicians. Or at least that's the impression I got, is that you had experience from other projects that you participated in. So can we kind of like acquire some can we acquire some lore on those other projects?
yeah, of course. Well, I didn't get experience from going abroad and playing outside Portugal with those bands. The Voynich was the first band that actually provided that to me. But I did get a lot of experience with other musicians, with other music styles. Uh, started I started writing my first lyrics with those bands. Made a lot of mistakes writing lyrics. Um, Played shows and that I'm ashamed of if I look back, but taught me a lesson. So I learned a lot about songwriting. I learned a lot of what to do and what not to do live, and it kind of got me started being a serious vocalist, and not just a guy that knows how to do covers.
Yeah.
I started knowing how to actually become a musician that writes his own material vocally, how to write lines, how to compose metrics, and build something that's cohesive. And yeah, that I think that's the main part of the experience that other bands gave me back in the day.
Fantastic. And I mean, just more importantly, just speaking on behalf of the scene over in Spain, because I mean, Seville, Spain, or I know it's a city very similar to that. We're about to actually interview a band called Chains of Agony from Seville, Spain tomorrow, which I'm really excited about. And we've already hosted Bone Carver and Heirs of Hatred from Madrid, Spain. So can you say that when you were younger and you were in Into the Abyss, you were in these other projects, would you consider that you were a part of the local scene? And if so, since then, and since then making the transition, making the jump into the Voynich code, having the opportunity to take music more seriously, are there any other local heroes that are currently climbing the ranks for you that you love to see from afar, as the Voynich code is also helping that region of the world just prosper and kind of blossom, musically speaking, in terms of the deep underground counterculture music world or the metal world?
If I understood your question correctly, are there bands that are on the same pace we were back then that I would love to see go as far as we did
Yeah, like
until now?
right. Like, are there any other are there any local heroes that you maybe even here's a better question. Back then,
That
were
I
there any
look up
local
to.
heroes that you were looking up to that were climbing the ranks at the time? And being that the Voynich code is kind of one of those top dogs now in that part of the world, are you seeing any other bands kind of slowly rising the ranks like you were back in the day?
Well, local heroes, I wouldn't call them local heroes because Portugal was never, uh, or rather, never had a huge metal community or a huge metal scene. We have very good bands, obviously, now, but back then, most bands didn't tour a lot. Touring wasn't easy back then, actually. The digital era, in a similar way, helped that. But there were a couple of bands that were rising and that we looked up to that were considered heroes, I guess. That would be bands like Before the Torn, which was a very established metalcore band in Portugal. We had some hardcore bands as well, like I think back then, what was it called? Sorry, my memory is horrible. I do wanna remember their names, but well, we had Reality Slap. I think we're playing as well. Daniel, can you help me? Back then, you're younger, but
Yeah, I'm a bit younger, but I'll give a shot. Who? Who are you trying to remember?
Let's see.
Well, like I don't know, maybe Borderlands as well. I don't know if it was before.
yeah, Borderlands started more or less on the same year that we started. So
Yeah. I
so
was
not
more
really.
into I was more into thrash metal and death metal back then as well. So I didn't know much hardcore bands.
And we didn't have metalcore and deathcore bands in Portugal. Just a few were garage bands as well. So
Gotcha.
it's hard to actually pinpoint bands that were those heroes. And we looked up a lot more at international bands because of the lack of local bands that were actually pushing through the scene.
Gotcha. Okay. So more or less, Portugal has never really had a prominent scene, and most likely the Voynich Code might be the beginning of that, if not, like a late Kickstarter as far as metal bands on the international stage, right? Or even the European stage. The Voynich Code might be the beginning of that, which I'm sure for you guys, if that is the case, like that's awesome for you guys, that you guys are kind of like helping push and put Portugal on the map in the first place.
I do believe so, at least in the deathcore gent scene. Yeah, I do believe that's true. We did have a lot of bands that were touring Europe, but more trash bands, nothing purely related to death metal or gent or deathcore. So
Yeah.
in our sub scene, I think we were, I can't say the first because I'm unsure of that statement, but I
Right.
do believe we were the first that actually pushed through Spain and started going to France and touring
Yeah.
Europe and actually being recognized internationally through Spotify and YouTube on the States, for example, on a very early stage. So on that subscene of deathcore and gen, yeah, I do believe so. We were starters.
Yeah. There you go. And I mean, you got to take the credit at some point for titles like that, because I mean, speaking for Spain, like I said, mainly I have networked, I have hosted bands from Madrid. And if I may as well, I noticed Daniel earlier, he said Madrid, as if like the second D is silent, right? Is the second
Yeah,
D silent?
Madrid.
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 Okay. I'll go ahead and start saying it like that instead of Madrid. Me over
I
here
don't
being
care.
Yankee.
It's the Spanish.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Just
I'm
kidding.
I'm
Just kidding.
very much about, like, because I'm getting better at learning other languages, I'm re let's see. I'm resharpening the blade for knowing Spanish so I can speak that a lot more. And then I've been basically like it's far surpassed a year that I've been learning Japanese. It's just a respect thing, you know. It's like, okay,
Yeah.
how do you guys say it? Madrid, Madrid, you know. There you go. Boom bada bang, baby. One little adjustment that makes me sound a little bit cooler.
And that
But
was very fast. That was very fast.
I
Madrid.
Yeah.
appreciate that. Yeah, Madrid. Um, So you, Nelson, you mentioned a band called Before the Torn, correct? And that was a metalcore band.
Yes, a
Okay,
very
cool.
cool medical band. Yeah.
Are they still active or?
No,
Ah,
they part ways a long time ago.
man,
Probably when the Voynich Code started, they were kind of on the last record, I think. But
gotcha.
they are very worth the listen if you're into metalcore,
Yes, I
because
am.
they have that really pure 2010 metalcore vibe. And I think for a Portuguese band, especially since there wasn't many bands that were actually putting out quality content, that's one of the bands that I really would like to shout out.
Yeah, fantastic. And unfortunately, it does seem that on Spotify, unless if I'm spelling it wrong, I spelled before TheTorn. I did not find anything for them on Spotify. So I think if
Yeah.
they are inactive, then they also decided to just kind of pluck their music off of public domain, which is sad. It's always unfortunate to see when art isn't able to reach out to people, because that's just it's let's see. Because back in the day, if you really think about it, you have things called time capsules over here in the US. I'm not sure if you've ever heard of what a time capsule is, But sometimes even a mixtape, you can kind of like stuff it inside a teddy bear, bury it, and then one day someone will magically find it, maybe. And then sometimes they'll have photos in there. Sometimes they'll have love letters, or even, well, for darker reasons, suicide notes. But I haven't really ever heard of suicide notes. It's mainly just like Polaroid pictures of like people and their loved ones, but you will like never meet this person ever. What I'm trying to get to is, unfortunately, that isn't a thing that much these days, because it costs so much more to get your music, to get your art turned into something more physical. But one can only hope that Before I Turn has that option available somewhere if you dig deep enough into like maybe even little music shops over in Spain. I'm not sure how that works or how available that might be. If you guys have an abundance of record shops or anything over there. But needless to say, shout out to Before the Torn, or yeah, Before the Torn. And being that more or less that question would be in regards to when you guys were first starting. Now you're becoming a profile Portuguese metal band. I mean, after all, on the public domain, on Unique Leader Records, when you look into the description and you're looking for that genre, because everybody's curious about the genre that a band will label themselves with, well, the Voynich Code is one of the only bands I know of these days who definitely, yes, has more gent, maybe even more thal, but mainly a mix between metalcore and deathcore. No cleans so far, but I think you guys make it work really, really well. Well, you just have the genre label of metal, and that probably catches so many people off guard, but I like it. It's like, well, it's so many different things packed into one that you can't exactly slap the core suffix on there, because if it's metalcore, then Andre, Vinny, or Daniel might as well be doing cleans at some random point, just doing backing cleans, just like whoa, whatever. And that's just how metalcore is today. But then if you do deathcore, it's like, where the fuck are the Lord of Shore breakdowns, you peasants or whatever, and people get all pissed off and shit. So I think it's funny thinking of how many people might just be like, oh, they're just metal. But I think it's also just really, really, it helps you stand out in a crowd. And maybe perhaps one day, as you guys become more of a profile Portuguese metal band, maybe that will be the standard in that point, in that part of the world, in good old Portugal, Spain, Madrid, Spain, Vienna, Italy, that general area. Maybe that will become a profile genre preference. It's just like, you know what? We want to sound like we're from a different planet. We want to sound Voynich, just like the Voynich Code. And therefore, you end up becoming the staple in that part of the world. I know you guys will be that for Portugal one day. So, reflecting upon the modern scene, as you guys are becoming a profile Portuguese metal band, are you seeing any other bands, any other musicians, maybe even people in your comment section? Like, can you recall in more recent times, whether 2023 or now in the 3 months of 2024 that we have so far had, have you seen any feedback on that level? Like, yeah, we just started up a band because we are so inspired by the Voynich Code. Shout out to, a Portugal local metal band. We love you guys. Maybe we hope to open for you guys one day. Like, have you guys gotten that level of reception yet?
Yes, I'm not in a comment section kind of way. At the same time, I'm very unaware of social media. I'm a very down to earth kind of guy, so I don't check social media a lot.
Right.
But we did have a couple of situations where we were told that X or Y band started because of us. Actually,
Cool.
come on, I can say it.
Interestingly. Yeah.
Enough, especially at this time of the night. Interesting in love. Oh, come on, you know what I mean.
Yeah. Yeah.
The last time we played in Madrid, there was this one guy from one of the bands that unfortunately I can't recall the name. Maybe Danielle can remember, but there was this.
The last time in Madrid.
Yeah, the Spanish band that had a Portuguese vocalist.
Counteract.
Contract. Thank you. Someone has a good memory here.
Yeah.
We were playing with a band called Contract, and I remember um, taking photos with them, saying, "Hey, goodbye. It was cool meeting you." We were going heading our way to France, I think. And I look up to one of the guitarists, I believe, and he had an Oceano t-shirt. And I told him, "Hey, nice t-shirt." And he replies, "Yeah, I know. You had the same t-shirt in Resurrection Fest, and you were the reason why we started this band." And I was like, "Oh." So that was one of those moments where we received recognition for someone or a couple of guys starting a band because they saw one of our live gigs. And we had a couple of other situations, people that um, only physically and face to face told us that they followed us for years and years and were uh, eager to see us live, and that they started to be doing vocals because of me or whatever. We had people tattoo our logos, which is
That's
mind blowing
cool.
to me, mind blowing. And there's actually one Portuguese guy that tattooed a quote from one of my lyrics, which is, I mean, the words that
Yeah,
I
there's no words for it. It's like
have.
once someone, because tattoos are pretty expensive no matter where you are. So like when someone invests the money to get your shit tattooed on them, one, but two, they get your lyrics tattooed on them. That's such a deep connection. That's such a big investment. And then it's like, well, I mean, we would love to see you in some of our merch, but bro, you've already made like such an investment into our creation, even if the money didn't go to us per se. Like,
Yeah,
nonetheless, our medium, what we did create, what I wrote, what I felt at the time, resonated with you so well that you wanted to get it like just permanently drawn into your skin. Like that shit's crazy. I know I'm gonna feel that exact same way when whenever my own project kind of like makes good steps, makes good progress, and like we start getting material out. I know a lot of people, if nothing else, will appreciate how raw and honest, authentic, and how many layers there are, narratively speaking, to what I'm writing, because I definitely prefer to have depth to my work. And I'm very excited, very, very excited to kind of dig into Insomnia as we dig more into session. But I do like it's always great to know that you are one of those bands who is making an impact on your scene, and you just have a very, very abundant fan base. So kudos to you guys. And, I applaud you. I respect the impact that you've had on your local scene, because I know you guys are going to be doing big things one day, if not very, very soon. So you're a vocalist. You participate in the final touches, I'm sure, when it comes to guitar, bass, just like, oh yeah, this riff would sound better, and then maybe you just riff that out, and the boys are like, what the fuck, dude, like why don't you become the lead guitarist sometime? I'm not sure if there have been any stories like that behind the scenes. But question 4 out of 6 would be in regards to gear. Even if you are primarily a vocalist, even if you are the front man, well, as time goes on, technology advances. You have, for example, the main lead guitarist of While She Sleeps, Sean Long, who basically just uses these whack ass whammy pedals and basically makes his guitar sound like a UFO when he's doing lead solos and shit, just shredding up into the stars. It sounds like you're in space. For a vocalist, really, the experimentation and any technological adjustments possible would be in pitch shifting to make yourself sound like an actual demon, right? Not that you don't already do, but maybe to add a little bit more of that guttural spice or that polyphonic spice to it, right? So, of course, we all want to know about both your in studio mic and your live mic, or maybe any of the equipment that you think is most relevant to when you are in the moment and you are recording any new vocal material for the Voynich code. Sir, please and thank you.
So I almost always used the most famous metal microphone to record, which is the SM7B. Exactly. Um, I'm not that much of a studio guy, so I don't know the characteristics of this mic that makes it sound good or be good for metal. But the the reason I like it is because in some moments I can actually handheld it to actually put myself in a position that I can go lower. So normally I use it on a tripod, but whenever I feel the need to actually take it off the tripod, hold it in my hand, and put myself in the wackiest positions possible, and try to make sounds come out of me that weren't supposed to.
Yeah.
That's the advantage of that microphone. Other microphones would obviously pick up a lot of noise from doing that. So I've been mainly using the SM7B for recording. I did experiment with a couple of live microphones, but I always go back to the same trusty oh, come on, my memory. The Shure,
For life,
S, yeah, the 58.
it's 58. Yes.
STM 58, yeah. Just because it sounds good. It could be, in my opinion, a bit brighter for my voice, but that's that's just it. And I have like tiny minion hands, and the SM58 is so small compared to other microphones, and it's so light that it's perfect. I tried Sennheisers; they're bulky, they're heavy. At least the ones I tried. Um, and well, yeah, the SM 58 is the go-to live. Equipment for vocalists is not very, it's not a very big list, you
No.
know. So, but what we invested recently and has become my best friend live is in-ear monitoring,
Mm.
because um, throughout the years we've played in good venues and small venues, big venues, shitty venues, and in some situations where there's not even any kind of stage monitoring. And what I've noticed was I could rehearsal for hours, days, but I couldn't go through a concert or a gig if the monitors weren't good or if I didn't have a proper monitor tech. And I was starting to think of ways that I could save my voice, because I knew it wasn't because of the technique. It was because of the fact that we had a lot of instruments and loud, distorted instruments on stage battling um, against each other, and I couldn't raise the the monitors at a point that there were no feedbacks. So um, eventually, we got the to a point where we decided to invest in inner monitors, and it's the best thing ever. Period. They're very expensive if you want to make a proper rack with everything set up. but for serious bands, professional bands, it's a must, especially for vocalists to save your voice. Um, and in-ear monitors just make your live show a lot better technically, and I don't know, it's just magic. I love it.
Yeah. And preserving your hearing, I'm sure as well, like even a
Yeah,
little bit, you know.
yeah, yeah.
That's just very important. Well, let's see. So that's your current setup. Do you have a dream setup? Do you have any mics or specific brand in ear monitors that you're like, yeah, this would probably work a little bit better than what I got right now? It's just, well, I'll wait to do that until a little bit later.
Well, not really. I have we have one of the best in-ear monitor systems, which is the Sennheiser G4 IEM system. Um, Microphone wise, I really don't care about it, you know, as in I look at it as a way to just put my voice in a couple of speakers. So I don't care much about gear in that sense. Obviously, on the long run, I would like to get a Shure wireless mic, like a proper wireless mic, or like the
Yeah.
latest. But I don't really care about that. Um, and I think the only thing I would love to have were some proper custom, really top of the line in ears, as in 24 years or whatever brand, and get some bling in my ears.
Yeah. Yeah. Fair enough. Okay, cool. So that would be your current setup and any possible future items that you're wanting to acquire for a dream setup. Question 5 would read as follows at a 6. So not to worry, we're getting close to wrapping up, at least for Nelson's story, and just providing a little bit more feedback to all of you guys who listen to the Voynich code on a regular basis. Shout out to everybody who's been streaming Insomnia. I personally love the record, but of course, one has to provide spotlight to the many more that have been listening to the album in general. Question 5 would read as follows: what lessons have you learned as a person or a musician? And how did those lessons drive you? Or how could they apply to others trying to accomplish what you already have accomplished?
That's a very good question, because we learn a lot of we learn a lot during the years when you're touring, when you're writing music, and when you're developing yourself as a musician. I think uh, lesson number one that I think everybody should try to focus on is we all have our influences, and that's that's normal, that's fine, but don't try to be someone else like most of us do or did in the past. I spent too many years trying to be this guy or that guy, or trying to make the same sounds, and that didn't didn't help at all in the creative process, because instead of me trying to put something on a song that made sense for me, I put something on a song just because I liked it on other songs or because other vocalists did it. I'm going to put this out there not as uh, a hate, but more like as a comparison slash criticism. As soon as zombie vocals, zombie highs started being a thing, every band started having them. And I said to myself, this is pretty cool. I love this. I like listening to it, but I'm not going to do it. I'm not even going to try to learn it, so I don't have the urge to use it.
Yeah.
So um and again, not bashing on any bands that do it, because I listen to bands that do it and I love bands that do it. I freaking love Shadow of the Tent, for example, but I got to a point where lesson learned, do not follow the same train as everybody else. Do what you think makes sense. Sometimes just do what your guitarist think, thinks makes sense. Sometimes I'm recording and I have everything in my mind. The full song is structured, and Daniel says, "Wait, why don't you try this?" And at that moment, I might think, mm, "Not sure," but my answer will always be, "Okay, let's try it at least, and
Yeah.
maybe I like it." And most of the times, yeah, it works out. So being open is also a good lesson. Um,
Yeah.
and lesson number 2: do not try to prove yourself as a vocalist. I did that in the past. When you're doing these monster sounds, obviously each individual wants to be more monster than the next one,
Yeah.
and that's fine. The thing is, don't put your voice at stake because of that, number one, and don't go to a point where it's just ridiculous, you know. Um, some could argue what the line that separates ridiculous from not. It depends on taste, right? So, but um, just be yourself, and not everything has to be as low as possible or as high as possible or as zombie as possible, beginning to end. I could probably talk a lot more, but I think that's the main thing. Be yourself and
Yeah.
try not to let yourself be as much as your influences.
And that's completely fine. I do appreciate the answer that you have provided, as it does indeed provide authenticity. It provides humility. It provides a deprivation of ego. And it just provides a pattern amongst many of the musicians that I've had on the show so far, which is just be yourself. That's how a lot of the bands that have gone onto my podcast, not that my podcast is hot shit. That's not what I'm saying. Um, like it's not phenomenal. It's not the best podcast ever. One day I hope it will be to those that it matters, right? Um, but being yourself, being authentic, not trying to copy anybody else, finding inspiration in other bands. Like the difference between copying other bands and finding inspiration is drastic, right? So I do appreciate that you provided pattern to those before who have been on the show who have said the exact same thing, because that just means that at the end of the day, the Voynich code will always try to sustain itself upon a musical creation that best fits its style, person by person, between the 4 people who are currently in the band. Last question for you, Nelson, before we basically have Daniel do the same exact thing, tell his story. This would be in regards to 5 character slots. And these slots could be defined in the description of artists, albums, singles, or people. But more specifically in this session, and basically until we have you boys return, hopefully in the not so distant future, but at least in the next year or two, to basically do the exact same thing and talk about a future release, this time in regards to Insomnia. What are 5 albums, singles, artists, or people that pushed Insomnia to its final state? Who inspired Insomnia? What albums inspired Insomnia to be as iconic a record as it ended up being?
Well, since it's from my perspective,
Yes, sir.
let me think about it. You know what? It's funny that I get a weird face. Um, I get a weird face every time I say this, but I get a lot of inspiration from non-metal music,
That's cool.
and I have a big inspiration for me in the hip hop scene, which is atmosphere, and so I take inspiration, uh, writing at least, when it comes to patterns and rhymes and all of that. I take inspiration from atmosphere, and to be honest, I think the main bands that made me write Insomnia, or artists, would be Shadow of Intent, because I listened a lot to Shadow of Intent, and because I love that freaking band, and I think it deserves a lot more recognition than they have. Um, and I went back to Lamb of God because it was one of my biggest inspirations when I was a kid, and because I thought that it would make sense to go to my roots and to actually learn from what they made and wrote back then. So yeah, Lamb of God, and some Slipknot at at a at a certain point. And I'm not pinpointing names because um, I didn't take inspiration from specific musicians because, well, maybe because I didn't want to, but from songs and albums and vibes that those songs and albums have. And and yeah, I think musically, those were the inspirations and what actually made me write Insomnia, besides personal experience and some some I don't know, some books that I had laying around, and I had like writer's block, and picked up the book and said, "This page, let me read what's here and see if I can get some inspiration to write." And yeah, I think that's it. There's probably more, but that
Those
I
are what you can
recall.
name right now.
Yeah, yeah.
That's fair. Okay, cool. Well, Nelson Rebello, thank you for providing us a little bit more background, right? A little bit more insight into your story as being a vocalist, um, being a photographer and videographer, which more or less we didn't really touch up on that. But I mean, there's always next time, right? We can always dig more into your story as time continues, learn about like basically your take on being a metal musician, but also outside of that, being a parent, being a father, being a husband. Because it's always important for young bucks like me to kind of understand how to better navigate through that stuff without having basically your creative medium possibly being self-destructive upon a relationship, right? It's always important to learn about stuff like that. But for sure, we'll go ahead and talk about that next time once we have the Voynich code return. Daniel, it is now your turn, my friend. Basically the same way that we
Yeah.
did with Nelson. Go from the very beginning. Tell us your story. What got you into music? What got you into the instrument you did? Kind of your perspective on the scene in Portugal or even in the overall Spain area, whether it be in Madrid or any of the other major cities. And we'll go ahead and go from there.
Yeah, all right, let's go. So my first experiences in music was actually at the church. So I started playing guitar at the church. And then I started studying guitar, classical guitar. And then I created this band with a few like friends of mine from school. This was like a long time ago. I was like 12 years, I think, 12 years old. And one day I remember being at the rehearsal and just sitting on the drums, started playing like a beat or two, and I just felt something I've never felt with the guitar, and I just thought I have to play the drums. So I started playing in the rehearsals, like in the beginning and at the end, and then eventually I started um, like saving some money and asking for help from my parents to buy a drum set, and it was quite an experience since I've ever lived in an apartment. So I had to make a lot of noise. But yeah, that's basically where it started. Then I joined a band. I started a band from other friends from school. It was a thrash metal band. And we still have another band, but with a different name. And we're not doing thrash metal like anymore. We're just going through like more like Lamb of God, Gojira, Mastodon vibes, which are essentially they're not my first influences, but they are my first drum influences. So I think I started listening to metal like when I was playing at the church, and I started listening to Metallica, Megadeth, Iron Maiden, all those things everybody starts with. I remember listening to Slipknot, and you just said that band earlier today, Nelson. Metalcore. Help me.
Before the
Lamb of
torn.
God.
No. What do you say?
Lamb of God.
No. Before.
the
Bullet
Torn?
from My Valentine. Yeah.
Oh, Bullet from my Valentine.
Yeah. I remember listening to that, and that's when I started listening to more metalcore-ish stuff. But I've always went more to death metal, and after Lamb of God, after listening to Lamb of God, I started listening to like some more heavy stuff like Dying Fetus and Dayside. Creator is still thrash metal, but it's like a little faster. It
Yeah,
has this
definitely
fast tempo as
BDM.
well. Yeah. And yeah, after that band, I can't remember how many bands I have. I had till this day, because I had so many bands that I just don't know the number. But I had that one. I've played in other thrash metal bands, death metal bands, but definitely the band that brought me to technical death, which is my favorite subgenre, was In Blood, and it was a band that I've played. We were an opening act for the Voynich Code in like 2019, I think, in Lisbon. In the release of what was it?
I can't
You
remember.
you don't
What was
remember?
it?
It was a single.
Oh, Cage of
Cage of Innocence, exactly. Yeah. So yeah, that band. I mean, that was my second long length, or the recorded EPs before that. But in that moment, like, or that moment was the turning point for me, and to would become the years after. So like in terms of playing and what I'd study, what I'd practice, everything. So I actually have a degree in jazz and modern music, which like broadened my horizons in terms of styles and playing and all that. So having that like uh, blend with the technical that I was listening to back then, when I was playing with In Blood. Like, I was listening to a lot of bands like Inferi, Suffocation, I don't know, Black Dahlia as well. It's deathcore, but it's still techy. So our Legion, Virvum, all those bands like brought me like this sense of accomplishment in terms of practicing, because I started practicing to be faster, to be tighter, to be more precise, which is exactly the same as tighter. But but yeah, that was a turning point for me, and Blood, definitely, and that's what led me to be in the Voynich code.
Gotcha.
In the end, yeah.
Cool. Well, I mean, more or less, you did provide coverage for your roadmap. I mean, we dug a little bit more into your roadmap, how you got into music, who got you into music, how they did it, which was more or less, I would say, just some friends you knew from church. Like, you got into music through the church, which, if not on the streets, I would say that getting into music and finding a love for music, you either find it in a really, really rugged place or you find it in a really holy place, right? Music connects us all. The golden ratio definitely insists upon everything we ever have understood and will continue understanding with time. Everything is compressed, everything consists of sound waves. So that's why music is so interconnecting. Like, of course, you can have your genre preferences and stuff. Maybe you don't like country because you're like, he broke my heart, and you're just like, no, I'm good. Like, I don't want to listen to that today. Or maybe you're not exactly a Swiftie, but there is a type of music that you will be invested into no matter what. So with that in mind, it's like you either find a love for music in the streets, you know, ready to fight someone or something, to like, you know, the Rocky theme, or you find a love for music, you find a love for choirs in a more holy place. So you found music through the church, you invested into a couple bands, possibly even through the church, through God, in that sentence, which is rather ironic for most metalheads. They're like, no way, or whatever. And then, of course, because of the church, you more or less found a scene. You know, you weren't consistent with it, or maybe you were, but maybe most of the projects you were participating in, they would eventually dissolve like cotton candy in water, that sort of thing. You eventually found yourself reaching out to touch faith, as the song Personal Jesus goes. You found the Voynich code. They welcomed you as the final piece of the puzzle, which is just the puzzle that is this great Portuguese metal band. From your perspective, then, kind of speed running through most of that first chunk of questionnaire, have you found any artist? Have you had any personal experiences, maybe separate from the rest of the Voynich code, where you've seen bands in this major Spain or major European area that you were listening to way back in the day that have climbed the ranks themselves? Do you have any experiences like that?
Yeah, I do remember having or listening to More Than 1,000 and Hills Have Eyes, which were like bands when I was like starting playing here in Portugal. I was playing a lot in a few venues and bars and all that with a few metal bands, and I do remember them playing outside the country, and I always thought that that would be the achievement for me, you know.
Yeah.
Like, I want to go to places. I don't want to play in the same festivals, in the same venues every year. And I think that those guys, More Than 1,000 and Hills Have Eyes, they kind of like gave me that goal in my career. Yeah, definitely.
Fantastic. And then, you know, kind of continuing upon those questions, you're a drummer, you do the chops, you're quite literally the heartbeat of the Voynich code. as you are as well the final puzzle piece to this massive 4-piece project so far. Are you a gearhead? What is your current setup? And if you haven't yet acquired the gear to embody and have before you when you're on that stage, your dream setup, what does your dream setup consist of?
So I think that no matter how hard I try, I'll never get the dream setup. I don't know, but I do have a few things that make me quite happy right now. I am a gearhead in terms of drumming, in terms of musical production as well. As I mentioned before, I do a lot of session work, and I have to have a deeper knowledge in music production and recording stuff, and microphones and interfaces and all that. Since I'm doing everything and recording and send to people, I have absolutely no idea who they are, and they are paying me for that. So I have to have that knowledge. Yeah, I have to have that knowledge. So, but yeah, I can say I'm a gearhead. In terms of drumming, right now I do play the same Mapex kits I've been playing for the last, almost 10 years?
Wow.
Yeah, for 10 years. I've had other drum sets, but this one is quite special. Right now I do have a cymbal setup consisting of Minor Classics Extreme. As they are cheap, they don't break as much as other cymbals, like more complex ones. Yet they're not quite my type of sound. I do have another ones, but I don't play metal with them. I play in other projects because I'm just too afraid to break them. Yeah, but I do have a good pedal. I use a Tama Dynasync, which is like the most versatile drum pedal ever, because I do play it in the Voynich code. I do play it with the rock covers band. I can play it with a like soft rock bands, progressive stuff, hip hop, pop, jazz. I can play everything, and that's basically what defines me. Because it's versatility. Because I can like be playing or recording a technical death metal album in 1 week, and like in the next one I'm playing 2 hip-hop singles, and then I'm playing, I don't know, some pop rock stuff. So that's something that I've always valued, even in terms of gear. Like my gear has to be versatile, otherwise I would need like this huge storage to just have it, and that's not doable. Especially I live in the suburbs of Lisbon, and it's places are too expensive, playing drums are too expensive, so I try to like focus everything and try to get the best I can from everything.
Fair enough. Okay. Well, let's see. That would be in regards to your current setup, your dream setup, what you're trying to acquire, which I can only assume as a gearhead, like the search doesn't stop for new gear.
No, never.
To just make things sound more tight, make things sound just like smack a little bit more, but also continue sustaining what is the higher quality, almost foreign on a inner, like on a solar level, right? Like maybe you got, it sounds like the Voynich code is from another planet. You want to continue sustaining that more tight, more advanced, more sophisticated, but still pretty heavy sound. And when you're the heartbeat of the Voynich code, the Voynich manuscript being just a whole different array of puzzles that the world still has yet to uncover. Well, you're wanting to sustain that more foreign, almost alien sound without, making the Voynich code specifically an alien deathcore project. Because, like, I think that would be pretty off-brand at this point, unless you guys intend to do that in the future. And then, well, I stand corrected in that case. Question 5 for you, Daniel, would be in regards to, well, the same thing we ended up asking Nelson here pretty recently, which would be, what lessons have you learned as a person or a musician, and how do those lessons drive you? Or how could they apply to others trying to accomplish what you have already accomplished as a drummer, as a musician, as the final piece of the Voynich code? maybe perhaps there were some lessons you learned along the way during the writing process, during your participation in the overall process creatively for Insomnia. What are some things you've learned overall during this album cycle?
Yeah, so as a fundamental piece of a technical death metal slash deathcore album, I've always focused on technique, and that does have like two. It has its pros and cons, like everything, right? So you get to become a fairly advanced drummer in terms of technique. But the downside of it is that it's that you get into this spiral where you want to get better and better and better and tighter, and then you end up like doing nothing most of the time. So you have to be really focused, be very, very, very patient, because in 1 hour a day or half an hour a day or 5 hours a day, it doesn't matter. Like things will come at its time. Things will come. That's the first advice or the first thing I've learned, and the first advice that I'd have to give to someone is that just be patient, like be consistent, keep doing it, keep pushing yourself, but without like getting to a point where you just want to give up of everything. So be patient and work on it like slowly. And I don't know, maybe the difference from drums and vocals for what Nelson asked, it's that in vocals you do have your timbre. You know, you can't run away from it. There's no way you're going to switch your voice into, maybe in the future, or if there's anything already, I don't know about it. But the drums, it's like you still have your like characteristics and your own playing, your own style. But how you get them, it's to learn stuff from other drummers and to watch other drummers playing, talk to them, like what's your practice routines, what's the exercises they did. So I would say if you really want to play like that guy, or like you want to be able to play that chop, like, or blast beats at 500 BPMs, like you have to focus on it. Don't try to do everything at the same time, but you still have to drink from a lot of fountains. So I'd say like one of my biggest influences ever, it's Matt Halpern from Periphery. And that's because he has this groove and these chops that are just, that guy's playing on top of like this complex gent stuff, and still he's nailing a groove and making it smooth. You look at that guy and it seems like a flux, you know. There's no robot stuff, you know. It's all like the wind or a river going. It's so smooth. You have to love that guy. So
Yeah.
I drank a lot from his stuff. I've practiced a lot of his stuff. I've practiced a lot of jazz stuff as I did have a course on it. And I mean, I've always tried to like get some stuff that I like about other guys, but never try to like
Copy them.
mimic them or copy
Yeah.
them. Yeah, exactly. So, because I have that like idea quite short. I'm quite sure about it, that you have to have your own personality even playing, so you can grab stuff from everyone else but try to compress it into something that's yours. So
Sweet.
that's my biggest advice. It's copy everyone without copying them.
Yeah. right? Take inspiration, but don't copy.
Yeah.
Question 6 would read as follows. Go ahead and provide us 5 character slots. I mean, you already mentioned one of them, Matt, the drummer Periphery, being an inspiration to you as a drummer. So in that case, what would be 4 other characters that you would say really helped you hone in on what you would end up creating for Insomnia?
Okay. So I have to mention Mastodon because it's the best band ever. I cannot pick a song that I don't like or a riff I don't like. It's my favorite band ever. Everything they do is phenomenal. I did listen to a lot of Aborted. I see your flag back there. Yeah, I mean I love Ken because he's just like nailing this 300 BPM blasted, and it seems like he's going for a walk in the park, and I absolutely love it. I also started practicing my swivel technique a little bit more intensively due to a video of his. Maybe my biggest drum influence for Insomnia specifically is Sebastian Lancer, the previous drummer of Obscura. That guy is a beast. He's also a jazz drummer, and he has these breaks and fills from, I don't know where he gets them, but it's not from this planet as well. It just breaks your neck from like listening to those. So I'm just missing one, right?
Yes.
All right. I would say, let me think, because there are way too many. I think I would say like Behemoth as well. I know it's weird blending all these bands and artists together, but there is something in Insomnia that it's quite curious, because I don't know if Andre already told you in the other session, but he went to move to Norway, and there's a lot of black metal stuff in his album, like, and I've listened to a lot of black metal stuff, but Behemoth and Inferno, especially the drummer, they have a lot of curious and interesting stuff. So in more blacky stuff from Insomnia, I've always envisioned something like they have, especially in their album The Satanist. Is that it? Yeah. Yeah, they have a lot of good stuff as well. Groovy and extremely dark, which I love.
Fair enough, man.
Yeah.
Behemoth is a really, really good band. And like
Yeah.
basically I would say that in the same sentence as Behemoth, you usually then think of bands from that side of the world. Rammstein, for sure.
Yeah.
Cradle of Filth, Jinjer, Sepultura, even though I've never really listened to them. I know that they're from I think Greece, which is crazy. There are a lot of bands from that side of the world that really just add more grooves to their band compared to those of us over here in the States who are trying to write metal. And I think the groove, that extra, like, I don't even know how to describe it other than it just sounds like it's music, it's metal from that side of the world. And that's what makes it so much more entertaining to me. And bands like Behemoth, they balance black metal and grooves really, really well.
Yeah.
They know how to tell a story, and I always appreciate that stuff. So I do appreciate that, Daniel, that you have provided us 5 different characters that kind of helped inspire you to write what you did from a drummer's perspective for the Voynich Code and its most recent album, now out through Unique Leader Records, that being Insomnia. One of my favorite, like, I'm not even, this is not even in session bias, but I would say that in recent years, in the 2020s, Insomnia is probably one of my favorite metal albums. And that's why I was so just ecstatic to get you guys on the show, to just kind of pick the brain of an artist that I really, really enjoy, and see how their perspective is. My final question, and this is kind of a question for the both of you gentlemen, before we descend into what will be the final half of the Anatomy podcast, now episode 73, featuring technically technically the entirety of the band, just in two different parts. What do the members of the Voynich Code do for fun to connect outside of musical creation?
Well, drinking is one of them.
Fair enough.
Well, yeah,
Gotta
drinking.
let loose.
Yeah. Um, I've I've become a very chill oriented guy, so I love to go to calm places, photograph, like do street photography or wildlife photography. I love going out with my family, and within the band, I think we just have a drink, have a good laugh. We say a lot of shit that doesn't make sense. Um, we run around hotels naked and
Yeah.
or
And we did
or we
bread in beer and whiskey, doing some
yeah
stupid shit.
yeah we do a lot of stupid shit on tour.
Yeah.
Normally I try to be the the calm guy because well, insomnia is called insomnia for a reason. I have
Yeah.
a sleep disorder that I've been fighting for a lot of years. So, in order to be at my best performance, or try to, during tour, I have to sleep a lot. Um, and I normally try to be the calm guy that doesn't party hard every
Yeah.
time. But when there's like a day off or whatever, we just do stupid shit. We
Cool.
try to enjoy the city we are in because we don't have a lot of time to do sightseeing and whatnot. So that's my take. Daniel, drinking is for sure for Daniel. He's like
Nah.
the animal of our band.
Yeah, the gluten intolerant animal. No, but yeah, man, that's what I like. Like outside of the band, I also like to hang out with friends, be with my girlfriend. We love to go to the movies. Um, I occasionally like to play some PlayStation as well. Like
Ooh.
I do like a few games. But yeah, Nelson said it all. He's more into a calmly state, and I'm still in the party hard mode, but not
Yeah.
too hard because I'm getting old and hangovers are starting to hurt a little more. But yeah, just be with friends, talk to them, and
What games do you play on PlayStation
well,
when you
I'm
ever
a yeah, I don't usually have much time, and I uh like booted my PlayStation yesterday to run some updates because I didn't do it for like 4 months. But since I don't have much time to also the sessions and all, I just play some like FIFA games or Call of Duty Modern Warfare
Girl.
multiplayer mode. Yeah.
Yeah. We gotta link up.
Yeah. So that I can play in like 1-2 hours, like before going to bed or so. But I think that the last 3 games I've played were Last of Us Part 2, Death Stranding, which I really like the plot.
Yeah.
Um, and Mass Effect. Yeah,
Mass Effect. Okay, cool. Sick.
yeah.
Well, I mean,
I still have Ghost of Tsushima to start playing. It's like waiting for me for 1 year in my house. So, yeah.
It's funny because I don't play anything at all for more than, I don't know, 10 years. But there's two games that if new games come out, I have to play them no matter what. And those are Silent Hill and which we don't have a game for I don't know, a lot of time.
Yeah.
And Metal Gear Solid, which
Okay.
is I freaking love Metal Gear Solid.
Yeah.
Respect. I haven't touched those games yet. As far as like the classic Nintendo like story-based games, I think I played the first Zelda ever. I played
yeah, so good.
Yeah. I played Mario Kart the Wii version when that
Yeah.
when or no, Mario Brothers, Super Mario Brothers and Mario Kart the Wii version. Um and other than that, like I tried to play Kingdom Hearts way back in the day, but I never put the proper time into getting through the entirety of the game, despite me and my immediate family's entire upbringing basically being Disney, and almost exclusively Disney. So I've been meaning to conquer Kingdom Hearts, especially with that fourth one coming out. I think this year actually. I'm not too sure, but I know they're getting into more like Final Fantasy elements with the story. I have no clue. I need to research it and do my
Yeah.
homework by playing the game. But cool.
Yeah.
The drinking, drink, share a cold one with the boys before you guys go into studio or something. Do you guys go to like restaurants as a crew every now and then, or?
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes. Yeah,
When
sometimes
we
we
have
do.
rehearsals or so.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
since Andre now is in a very far country in
Yeah.
Norway, it's harder to actually make that happen. But when we tour or have to record stuff, and he flies in,
Yeah.
we do hang on and go to restaurants, grab a drink,
Yeah.
and yeah.
Do you guys have like a regular restaurant that you kind of like go to as a pre-studio or pre-recording ritual? Like, okay, well, let's go get a freaking fat, greasy burger and then go record this new album or something similar to that.
McDonald's.
Like,
Always. McDonald's
Oh
or Burger
God.
King.
I
burger.
don't eat before I record or play shows for obvious reasons, but yeah,
Right.
McDonald's or Burger King. Some KFC. I've been eating more KFC than actual McDonald's. But
Yeah,
yeah,
I've heard some very like I've heard that the McDonald's that you guys have is so much better than McDonald's we have over here, and that's not fair. Like you
We
guys
still
have a
have to go
September
there to
seat, bro.
compare.
Exactly, exactly. Well, what I can tell you is that, I mean, I saw this just today. There was an article of Sweden, and they had like the last ever McChicken and McDonald's fry that they ever attempted to sell. That was back in 2009. And apparently, the McCrispy chicken and the thing of fries that they have in a glass container, it's still good. They've had that since like 2008.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I'm about to stop
That-
like cold turkey eating McDonald's, even if it's super
yeah,
close to me. Like, fuck that. That's awful.
yeah.
It's
Not
awful.
sure how I feel about that as well.
I'll send you the article. Don't worry. Have your
I want-
mind blown.
I won't stop eating in there, so it's okay.
Fair enough. Okay. Well, gentlemen, we now descend into the second half, or the second portion, really, of the Anatomy Podcast, episode 73, hosting the soon, if not immediately, legendary Portuguese metal band, the Voynich Code. We did ask a couple of these questions to both Vinny and Andre when we had them on now almost a month ago, if not a little bit more than a month ago now, which is crazy. We start with a couple of clickbait questions that most fans would probably have asked you by now. Daniel, maybe you've been receiving the questions more recently as you are the newest member. You are the final piece of the puzzle. So maybe in regards to your prior church, like through church band projects that you've participated in, maybe this is more of a fresh question for you and maybe you have a different perspective. But for you, Nelson, being that you are one of the founding members, right? For you, how is the name the Voynich Code decided, if there was anything beyond the Voynich manuscript?
Well, when we started the band and we were going to release the single, we didn't have a name yet.
Right.
And me and Vinny sat down as in on Skype back in the day, and started looking at inspiration for a name, and we wanted to make it related to something mysterious because we were holding something that was very dear to us and that we built um, all the tree together, and mystery was going to be the theme to release it. And eventually, I'm not sure if I was the one who saw an article about the Voynich manuscript or Vinny. I can't recall, but one of us saw it and was like, "Well, this sounds cool. Let's read about it." And it hit all the spots regarding mystery, right? So then we were like, okay, so that makes sense, but the Voynich manuscript is kind of a tongue twister, especially for people who are not uh, native English speakers like us. Um, and we knew that if we called it or named ourselves through the manuscript itself, it wouldn't be very good in terms of searches, Google searches, and whatnot.
Yes.
So we decided, okay, let's try to simplify this. And well, we went to the Voynich code. We still feel that we are a bit crucified in Google searches because of the Voynich manuscript,
Yeah.
because it's everywhere. But well, it is what it is. And yeah, that was the main reason was the mystery.
Yeah.
We found that foundation in the Voynich manuscript, so we took inspiration and the name from it.
Cool. And if anything, do you think personally that, and you can hear me, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, cool. I am a little bit farther away from the mic now, and I needed to stand up. So with the Voynich code mainly supposed to embody mystery, right? As it is one of the world's few remaining puzzles having yet to be solved. On a personal level, do you think the music and the lyrical contents of any and all of the EPs, standalone singles, and albums, do you think the musical tone throughout the discography, or even the lyrical context, the lyrical content that you yourself have provided, do you think it truly does embody a mysterious tone? And if so, why?
Yes, especially in the beginning, not so much now. Uh, well, one can write and get inspiration from just one single thing. Um, so, but in the beginning, in ignotum, which is Latin for unknown, uh, I did take a lot of inspiration from mystery and whatnot because that's how I view life. We uh, we all we know is there's a beginning, a middle, and an end to life.
Yeah,
We know how it starts and we know kind of how it ends. The only thing we don't know is in between, which is the moment what we are now.
yeah,
So at the time, I was trying to live the moment, and it was not. Um, I didn't make this analogy on purpose, but I found purpose on it, and I think that the middle part of our life is the true mystery. And since I wanted to live one day at a time, I would put the mystery part for tomorrow and try to write all about my life and the mystery that it was, or my learnings and whatnot. Still up to today, I only write about my life and whatever topic that affects me in any kind of way, but I don't apply that mystery concept uh, as much or at all at
right.
this moment. It's not, at least if it is, it's in the back of my mind, not purposely.
Gotcha. Okay. And Daniel, how do you feel about the name? Like, do you think that the music that you've had to put a heartbeat forward towards does embody that mystery? Even on the newer album Insomnia, like, do you feel that Insomnia truly does belong to a more mysterious um, musical composition? And if not, why? Like, basically, do you agree with the rest of the band when they say that Insomnia could have felt more mysterious? Or were you like, I mean, it felt pretty mysterious to me, but I guess we'll make it even more spooky on the next album? Like, how well do you think the idea of mystery and the mysterious vibe works for the newer material as you have now jumped in?
Yeah, I mean, I think that that's a matter that's always unconsciously present. You know, we can be speaking about whatever we want and still have that mystery going, and I think that that's the greater inspiration for this band. And it will remain like this, uh, as far as I'm concerned, because it's it's something that you can use as an inspiration for like developing any sort of subject. You know, you can be like, this album is definitely due to what Nelson is going through, but still, if you read the lyrics and everything, you'll see that the mystery it's still there in a lot of things. And that's curious because I was listening to the Voynich code when I'm saying they because I was not in the band back then, but
Right.
um, when they released Antithesis, I instantly became like this huge fan of the band because it was the only thing uh, like this in Portugal, and I didn't even know they were Portuguese. You know, there was just this friend of mine from one band I had that showed me that. Um, and then like listened to everything they did, and I always felt the presence for that mystery. And even in this album, although I was more concerned about what beat I was going to play in there, what crash,
Yeah.
the right side or the left side, or what type of blast beat. And um, although I was more like paying more attention to that, I always felt the this like characteristic of the band, you know, very specific from us, right? This mystery, all this mystery going around everything, and it's actually cool. Yeah, I find it really cool.
Sweet. And that's always good to hear that basically who ended up being the finishing part, the finishing piece of the puzzle that is the Voynich code, that not only did you start out as a fan way back in the day with the Antithesis release, but now
Yeah.
you've become a part of the puzzle and you're contributing to just sustaining that mysterious vibe, musically speaking.
Yeah.
Question two for the both of you, what would be, and this is just a personal, this is like just person by person, your opinion, but as if you were both collectively the Voynich code. So we'll see how much conflict there is in the answers provided. What do you think separates the Voynich code from other bands in the metal, deathcore, metalcore, gent, thal community?
Wow, that's a very interesting question. It falls back on, my opinion falls back on the fact that we are called Metal on Unique Leader Records. Since day one, I've never knew what to brand ourselves in genres because we mix a lot of stuff from what we like and from what we do best. Some are black metal, some are death metal, some are deathcore, some are metalcore, gent, whatever. And that uh, that bag of genres and subgenres makes it hard to actually define ourselves. And what I mean by this is it's hard for me being one of the musicians to actually compare myself as an outsider to other bands. It's very hard. Maybe for Daniel, it's easier because he spent a lot of time listening to us as an outsider. Um, uh, but I think you don't have any bands that sound exactly like us, but we, the Voynich Code, sound in various parts like this band and that band and that band. This may
Yeah.
seem confusing, but I don't think there's a band that you can say, oh, this is a copycat of the Voynich Code.
Right.
I don't think there that I know of, at least. But people actually recognize that we have influences from X, Y, and Z bands. And yeah, I think that's my take on it. Um,
Yeah, for me, I mean, I've only participated so far in Insomnia and the other two singles, like before Insomnia. So the what I can say is that this band doesn't go like along with trends. We don't try to force anything. We don't try to do this like thing that, oh, like like Will Ramos is doing this squeal and it sounds very monstrous and all. We don't. We appreciate it. Like we we can like it. We can love it, but we are not going to force anything and try to do that, or will not go for a slam brutal sound just because it's a bit trendy in the last 2 years. We won't do that. That's a very good thing I find about this band is that it has this character that with the music for 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 the fans, of course, but mainly to ourselves. We do it because we love what we're doing. We love to play these riffs, those riffs. It's not we're not going after trends. That's it.
Gotcha. You're
yeah,
not
definitely.
making music based off of what's trending right now, or in a less irritating way for a lot of musicians, right? In that moment, it's like, why would we want to follow other people? Instead,
Mhm.
you just choose not to contribute to the genre that is currently prominent, that is currently making so many bands skyrocket. You're not interested or inspired in those other bands to want to say, hey, the Voynich Code is about to make a black and deathcore album. Hope you guys like it. It's coming out sometime in 2026, that type of thing. You guys are
Yeah.
definitely more about just making sure that the Voynich Code continues to be one of Portugal's up and coming best and most prolific bands in recent times, most prolific acts, which I honestly admire. I admire and I respect with every fabric of my being, because I know that very much like Jinjer being the prolific band for Ukraine, or maybe Behemoth being a very, very prolific band for Sweden/Norway. I know you guys are going to be the prolific band for Portugal, and I cannot wait to see you climb. I cannot wait to see you boys collectively climb the ranks. And simply said, I was grateful to have the opportunity to record this session, just putting that out into the universe. So incredibly grateful, as I am as in love with Insomnia as I am. So now I think it's a very, very good segue to go ahead and go under the skin of Insomnia. Now, what this means is, with the help of Nelson in session, what we are looking to do is tell any behind the scenes stories about Insomnia, but most importantly, talk about the stories. Tell the stories that this album mainly revolves around, orbits around. Things that were happening to Nelson at the time of writing this album, things that were very, very raw, personal, emotional to him, but of course, without digging too far. Of course, I would love for this to be a full-fledged Bloody Eagle lobotomy, right? But at the end of the day, oftentimes there are stories that coincide with these songs that might still be a little bit difficult to talk about. So, of course, let me know when you're not wanting to dig a little bit deeper, per se, into your songs. But otherwise, let's dig under the skin of Insomnia. And then I kind of want to enter us into an imaginary scenario. We're going to kind of revolt. We're going to kind of resort to the usual library analogy. Because the album cover done by the legendary Kalen Stokermans, shout out to Kalen, as we hosted him on the podcast, one of my favorite opportunities of all time, wanting to be a calligraphist as well as a graphic artist, making paintings, making Renaissance paintings and Romantic era paintings like he has. You have this beautiful album cover with this man. He seems to be in distress. He seems to be far away enough from a patch of forest, a patch of woods set on fire. There's a bird next to him. There's a chalice next to him. There are all these interesting items, but most importantly, you have at the top, maybe as opposed to how it is on public domain on Spotify, where you have the Voynich code, you have Insomnia underneath it. We just see Insomnia on the front. The author is the Voynich code. You're like, okay, this is interesting, because you happen to find this book in the library. You're like, this looks really cool. I have no idea what it is, though. You turn it over, and well, there's that small chunk of text that compels anybody in the library to possibly want to read this book. And well, if they don't like the summary and how things are kind of compressed, where it counts, depending on how much there is in the book, how many chapters there are in the book, there is that small chunk of text on the very back of the book. Nelson, to you, what would the chunk of text read on the back of the book? And then most importantly, afterwards, let's go ahead and dig into the meaning and the story behind how the album art was made. Take it away, sir.
That's very interesting, and I can say this is probably the most interesting interview I've ever seen, or podcast that I've ever seen in my life.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. You should thank yourself for all this work. This Insomnia digs deep, very, very deep into a lot of pain and suffering that has been accumulated in my mind, body, and soul throughout my 32 years of existence that were completely hidden and that I was unaware of. The fact that I developed a sleep disorder and tried to seek assistance for that actually makes a lot of that pain pop up and actually make me aware of why, of who, and what happened during all these years of pain and suffering. It dissects a bit of everything in the least amount of songs possible. But as every single song I write, it's heartfelt. It's very true to myself and my story. It's very metaphoric. Is that a word? Metaphoric?
Yeah, metaphoric.
Yeah. It's very metaphoric, and I try to build it almost as a story. But now apparently it's a book.
Right. So one way that you can probably compact this text then would be to say, true to the title, and I quote, "True to the title, Insomnia is an acknowledgement of all that left me sleepless over these last over these last 32 years, colon, but not only that, comma, insomnia was me forcing myself to acknowledge these things, comma, unearthing them, comma, facing them head on, comma, and then possibly discovering beautiful imagery and compressing that into sound, period, end quote, or something like that. Would that work pretty well?
Exactly that. Exactly that.
Cool.
You can write it if you want.
Right. Fantastic. Well, in that case, we now have that chunk of text on the back of the book. And I mean, come on, people. We're talking about Kaylin Stokerman. So, of course, I don't know about you guys, the listeners, but I would personally it's very interesting to resort to that library, that novel analogy, because you never know. In a next door dimension, all of the albums that we've ever heard, there could be no music, but instead it's all books instead, right? And you think of all these albums, and instead of it being the jewel case CDs that we're all familiar with that break very, very easily if you drop them a couple times, right? And then you have the very, very thin lyric book that also kind of has the album cover printed on it, or sometimes you have better examples, you have surprise examples like Architects and their 2018 album Holy Hell, where you pull out a very, very freaking thick lyric book and then it unfolds into the A1 poster, like shit like that. But nonetheless, instead of CDs, what if all the albums we've ever listened to were books instead? And instead, the only sound that you could compress would be the sound that you kind of project inside of your head. Like, that shit's very interesting to think about to me. But I mean, after all, that's an almost infinite amount of commentary regarding a next door dimension where somehow sound, compressed sound, and artificially produced sound doesn't exist. Mark? Well, this is the Anatomy Podcast. This is a music-oriented podcast as opposed to a very soft, gently spoken ASMR podcast where we read through these albums as if they're books, right? But most importantly, talking about the art, man, I think Insomnia's album cover does one of the best jobs among Kaylin Stokerman's many pieces of depicting an authentically Renaissance piece. But I definitely can tell. I can notice the different things going on in the piece that makes it Insomnia. So, of course, we don't exactly have Kaylin Stokerman's here in call with us tonight. And hopefully in the future we can grab some time with him and talk about this album cover. What's up? Yeah. They can't see you. Yeah, no, not yet.
Can they hear me?
Yeah, they can.
Hi, this is Sean's mom.
This would be Dear Mother.
Hi.
We've been going for quite a bit of time now.
Yeah.
Where we're talking about their album though, so I'll be downstairs in a little
Good
bit.
luck, guys. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, he calls me a hobbit.
I do, because she's a very
hobbit.
short woman.
I'm only 5'2". That's not short.
That's great because our Portuguese are very short as well. So
There you go. So we're not able to exactly host Kaylin Stokerman's in session tonight, but I think that's something we're going to be making an adjustment to in the near future. Like, basically, because we've already had him on, it's like, can you please join us for the podcast session? That way we can do back to back, just bouncing back and forth commentary regarding the creative process of this piece. But from what you can recollect upon when you were first talking with Kaylin about this piece, what made this album cover the right piece, the right fit for an album called Insomnia? And what were some of the more prevalent details in the album cover that you emphasized from the very beginning that you're like, this is what Insomnia looks like? Take it away, sir.
okay. So the initial concept for visuals of the cover have nothing, well, have very few elements that actually got to the cover, the final cover. my idea, since I had Insomnia, the title already defined, my idea was a cover of a cave where you would see a bear hibernating, and you could, from that perspective, you could see the outside of the cave, and you could see the forest completely burning and birds flying away. This was my initial concept, which would represent the fact that uh, there was complete chaos around something so beautiful as sleep and innocence and
Vulnerability, even.
vulnerability. Exactly. But being that he is such an artist, he decided to brainstorm with us and try to get better elements that would represent my idea, since in his point of view, this idea in a design perspective would be hard to achieve and make the viewer understand what actually is happening.
Fair enough.
And we obviously accepted his expertise. We brainstormed a bit with him, and I remember him actually turning around and to his bookshelf and taking books out just to see elements that would represent the emotions and everything that I was trying um, to actually explain that I wanted on the cover.
Yeah.
And eventually we talked front to back, as in, what about this? What about that? And we came to a conclusion of a base idea that he eventually later on sketched. And again, being the amazing artist that he is, just a simple sketch was right on, that's it. Just let's go with that idea.
Yeah.
And very few minor details were changed, if I recall correctly. But the base idea that he sketched initially is what you see.
Right.
And that's why, from the elements that I had initially thought of, you have the fire, you have the animals, but then you have other elements, the chalice and whatnot, the snake, um, and all of this represents, in a certain way, those emotions and the idea that I initially wanted um, to pass through in a better way in
Yeah.
his vision, obviously.
And of course, I definitely don't want to push and shove one creative mind to another. But of course, there are many details about this album cover that don't exactly scream Insomnia to me. And I remember when me, Andre, and Vinny were doing the first half of this podcast session, I think I remember them saying that the album cover isn't really meant to depict insomnia, other than maybe the man kind of just on the rocks, right? And it seems that when you look a little bit closer too, for example, he has bite marks on his wrist, possibly from the snake.
Yeah.
And then there's a bird of some kind with its body slit, the blood pouring into a chalice, the knife at the side. But nonetheless, this gentleman, this man, this human, or I don't even like, I'm kind of even questioning the human part, because he has feathers sprouting from his ears. So I'm like, okay, is this
Yeah.
supposed to be Greek oriented? Is this supposed to be like
Yeah.
Hermes or something, or someone very similar? You start digging more into the piece, and you start discovering various layers to the piece, with really, if I may be fair, if I may be transparent, the only prevailing detail, other than the bear being inside the cave, being in deep hibernation, and the forest setting ablaze behind them, really the only detail that I'm seeing that seemed to prevail was the forest burning in the background, while this man was more painfully in rest. And then
Yeah.
I'm not sure if like the fur over his over his torso, to kind of provide a little bit of censorship. I'm not sure if that was supposed to be a reference to the bear, but I thought that was interesting too after hearing your commentary just now. So, of course, if I may ask, what about these certain details throughout the entire album cover, whether it be the bird, the chalice with the blood, the man itself, the man and his like wing ears, the snake, how do all these elements, how do all these visual assets like connect the songs and then compress that into what is Insomnia? And this is just like from a very creative standpoint, because I'm curious upon the depths with this piece.
Yeah. So my initial idea of the bear and the fire was a very basic idea of chaos within peace. And since we had to reconstruct an idea, and since Kellen had to resort to books to transform my emotions and my ideas into something else, or rather he came up with a lot of elements that represented what I was feeling. So the person that is in a restful state is actually, I had to Google it because I couldn't remember, is actually Hypnos, the Greek god of sleep.
Okay.
And that's why he has the feathers. That's the representation of that god.
Okay.
And a lot of other elements in the artwork itself are representations that, according to his studies and his knowledge, represents something that I told him I was feeling while writing Insomnia. So
Okay.
you can say that the cover itself does not represent Insomnia. Actually, none of what, or almost none of the songs represent Insomnia. It represents the consequences that I
Yeah.
felt with
Okay.
Insomnia.
Fair
And
enough.
since Insomnia was the last thing that I actually chose for the solo, I wrote everything, and in the end, I got a couple of album titles sent to the guys and said, any of these I like, so let's choose one.
Yes.
So it's not, the art is not a representation of the title, but rather of the contents that are within the album, the
Right.
emotions and all the feelings that I had while writing it.
Beautiful.
There's a lot of elements that I can't recall because I'm not that. I have bad memory because of Insomnia, and because I'm not as as uh, as good as he is knowing all these elements and their meanings. But
Gotcha.
everything in the art has a meaning.
Fantastic. Well, I do appreciate you providing me the insight that you have with this album cover as well. Of course, the music is one thing, but the visual assets, the photography, the cinematography, the music videos, the physical merch, all of that ends up being a marketable and tangible, right? It ends up being a tangible and potentially profitable representation of what the music is. So, as someone who has always been fascinated with Renaissance, Romantic, Victorian, just overall paintings of that remind you of the Sistine Chapel, paintings and an aesthetic that has prevailed at least throughout the 2020s and going into the later 2010s for any and all counterculture music artists. It is always fascinating over time to see artists like Caesar Aldrian, Orion Cantor, and Kalen Stokermans prevail in that exact aesthetic and provide metal bands gorgeous pieces like this. So thank you for providing me the depths Thank you for providing me the insight that comes with the album cover for the glorious metal band, the glorious metal album, the 10-track album that is Insomnia. So we more or less covered the explanation for why this album is called Insomnia. Well, the tracks and the ideas contained within what is 10 songs worth of music, it reviews and recollects upon a conscious acknowledgement, the consequences of what happens when you do deprive yourself of rest. Any living being on this planet needs rest. And when you're able to accomplish it without working too hard, or for me, because I have sleeping issues as well, when you're able to accomplish sleep and accomplish rest without having to actually sit still for 2 hours on the floor, flat on your back, let the melatonin release, then turn on your side, go to sleep, hope you don't snore. There's so much behind it. There's a reason why there's a whole science behind sleep these days, especially for Americans, because, well, our health is shit, at least for the majority of us. It could be better. That's what I'll kind of humble it down to, is that it could be better, but it's not the greatest right now. We start out with the track Hypnopompic. Am I pronouncing that right?
Yeah, I do think so.
Cool. So I do remember that this is an instrumental. So more or less, I can imagine that the instrumental is meant to encompass the more ominous, more like frightening, more haunting, but also still impactful aesthetic musically that this album is supposed to encompass. Can I confirm that, or were there meant to be different emotions that were invoked even through this 1 minute 25-second intro?
No, actually, that intro was supposed to represent exactly what it represents, which is somewhat of a horror, nightmarish awakening.
Gotcha.
It wasn't made on complete purpose because this was one of the tracks that I tried to help build, and by sheer luck, it actually turned out to be what I wanted it to be. And it's called hypnopompic, which is the medical or scientific term for the precise moment before you awake.
Gotcha.
And it's inspired on the fact that I've been so deprived of sleep and so tired that I've actually had what Dr. Google calls hypnopompic hallucinations, which is not being able to separate true life from being asleep.
Ooh.
When I talk about this with people, they normally confuse it or think of it being sleep paralysis, but it's different.
It's
Not
different.
sleep paralysis. Yeah, it's different. Sleep paralysis, which I also had, you are in a conscious state, but your body is numb and still completely frozen. Hypnopompic hallucination, part of your brain starts functioning, so you get triggers that make your dreams feel like pure reality. So an hypnopompic hallucination, you can smell during sleep. You can feel people touching you. You can hear actual people speaking with you. Every um, every sensation you can feel in real life, you can feel during sleep, and it's
Right.
very scary. It's very scary.
Yeah. I mean,
Um,
if anything, I can only compare and relate to your conversation or apply myself to your conversation by saying that I have a precognition Most of the time it's 2 years in advance, but I dream very lucidly on a common basis, and it's oftentimes exhausting to keep track of the dreams that I have because they can be so real sometimes, whether they're good dreams or bad dreams. And then on top of that, depending on how many I don't keep track of, well, then I also have deja vu later in time, maybe a year or two after that. And it's insane. It's insane how complex sleep science can be, both on a scientific and a spiritual level. But please continue, sir.
Yeah, that's basically it. Hypnopompic was inspired on that those hallucinations that I had like 2 or 3 times and were completely frightening and were part of the reason why I seeked help for this sleep disorder.
Right.
So it would make sense to actually start this album with that title and something that represented a horror-ish awakening of something.
Yeah.
So I consider it the awakening of the rest of the songs, the album itself.
Sweet. Track 2, we have Slaves to a Machine, which really, other than A Flicker of Life and let's see, I do believe it was there's A Flicker of Life, The Art of War, and I think, yeah, Slaves to a Machine. So Slaves to a Machine was my beginning. I think my favorite song off of this album so far would either be The Art of War or Slaves to a Machine, but by all means, sir, tell us what you can about track 2.
Slaves to a Machine is more of it obviously talks about work life and corporate life and technology, and why it's in the album is because I grew to hate technology. I grew to hate corporate life. I grew to hate working in general.
Yeah.
Because since I'm always exhausted, always tired, I do not have patience for technology. I do not have patience to work, and I do not have patience for corporate work. This is, I still work at corporate work, and I do it with pride because I have to work and I have to provide, and I try to be my best self even if I don't agree with something. But Slaves to the Machine talks about all my frustration of being complete puppets to uh, huge companies that do not respect your health, your free time, your personal time, and eventually destroy every single piece of happy moments that you should be living until you have nothing else to tell. You're old and you've lived your whole life working just to make money and not enjoy your life with your
Yeah.
family, with your friends. So it's put in a way that represents my frustration towards that because of being so tired all the time, but still having to work and still having to put up with stuff that normal people maybe would cope with, but I couldn't because I was tired. And yeah, in a nutshell, that's it.
Yeah. And I mean, North Americans can attest to this. Most people around the world can attest to this by now because we all have to work hourly wage jobs. And if not, it's commission, but the work is a little bit more difficult. We are all compelled and become become familiar with insomnia because we are constantly slaves to a machine until we aren't. And then by the time you aren't, well, it's either because you're enslaving someone else through labor, through whatever creative medium you're doing, which is an awful it's an awful viewpoint of the world. And I know many of us wish it wasn't that way, but even when you don't have to be a slave to the machine yourself, other people still have to be. And that's what can easily conjure insomnia for any man, woman, or just human on this planet. It's difficult for all of us, and therefore there's a specific term for it. But just the idea of when you get home, whether you're a closing shift or an opening shift or a mid shift person, oftentimes you just want to stay up all night because otherwise it feels like you don't have the time to do anything with your family, friends, or loved ones. And that's just, it's such a terrible thing. It's such a terrible thing to acknowledge and have to absorb that type of stuff like a sponge. But at the end of the day, until all the world government shut down, we all have to work. We all have to work. So good on you for writing a song like that for this album, because I think it's definitely a big contributor to Insomnia, having to be a slave to the machine. Track 3, we have A Flicker of Life, which you know what? A Flicker of Life was the one with the demon in it, right? No.
No. The demon, you mean the half goat thing?
Yeah.
No, that was on the singles. That was the darkest side of truth.
That's right. Okay, that's right. That makes so much sense. I'm like, why am I not seeing it on the track list? Am I just misplacing the song name? But
Actually, it was Unholy Catastrophe.
oh, right,
Catastrophe.
Holy Catastrophe. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
It's too late for me to remember.
It's getting there
anything.
for me too, friend.
Yeah.
So track 3, A Flicker of Life. What is this one talking about?
Flicker of Life is somewhat of conceptual idea that we would flip sleep and the sleep state and the being awake state. And what I try to write with A Flicker of Life is that if I could, I would rather be, or let me put it in a different way. Normally, people love to be awake, love to do stuff, and uh, that's that's just how it is. In this song, I tried to portray a different view of me preferring to be on a sleep state and not wanting to be awake. So flipping it upside down and imagining that all we could actually do was during sleep, and during the awake state, it was where we rested. It's called A Flicker of Life because I feel that whenever I think I'm reaching a good state of sleep, there's always a flicker of life that wakes me up
Yeah. Fair enough.
and puts me again through hell and hell until with no end, basically.
Right. A Flicker of Life can compel insomnia because of restlessness in general, like what brings insomnia to the forefront of your mind. Just maybe not feeling like you've accomplished that much in a day in a 24-hour cycle. Even if it's not you being a slave to the machine, sometimes a flicker of life is like the last thing you need before you get some rest. Maybe you spark an idea in your head and, well, you're restless because of that. So many things I can relate to. It's not even funny. And that's why I knew that this was going to be one of those albums for me, like one of the albums I've loved since its release. Like I can't get enough of this album, really. And most likely with the instrumental out, I will be doing some vocal covers of songs on this record here pretty soon. Now, track 5, Insomnia, one of the best title tracks I've heard in recent years. I say that a lot, but the thing is, when an album has a good title track, it makes the rest of the album so much easier to enjoy. Now, Insomnia is another one of those instrumentals, but this one just bounces all over the place maybe in a musical sense, it's supposed to embody just bouncing back and forth and not being able to stay still. I'm not too sure, but that's definitely the vibe I got with it the first couple times of listening to it. If not just it being an overall fun track, it's like, well, if you're going to be restless, you might as well just dance around. You might as well just spend your energy in a resourceful way, be fun with it, and then just absolutely collapse at some point. So what's going on creatively speaking? Because if not lyrically speaking, what was the mindset behind writing Insomnia the way that you boys did? And this can be a question for both Nelson and Daniel, being that you both are in
Yeah.
session tonight.
Yeah. Well, Daniel can contribute on this one since there's no lyrics, but we wanted to have an instrumental song in the middle because we also know that at a certain point, so many blast beats and down-tuned guitars and low vocals can, listening to the full album, can be exhausting. And we wanted it to put something instrumental in the middle, not only to ease a bit of my work writing, but also to let some air into the middle of the album so we
Right.
could breathe, the listener can breathe. Why the song is as is more on the on Andre, who composed most of it, and throughout who did the drums. But I think that the fact that we knew right away that it was going to be instrumental, that took the song creation to a different path, not so oriented to something to put vocals on. And maybe that's the reason why it bounces front to back and in that sense that you mentioned. Not sure if anyone wants to put an input on it, but
Yeah, I think that it kind of blends everything that all the other songs are in this album in terms of instrumental. It is, I mean, it's on the right spot because it's kind of, I don't know, it has this triplets vibe as well that you get on The Art of War as well. And yet it has all these orchestral and classical like elements on it. Like you hear all these um, production elements that Andre created for them, and I mean the blast beats are all like blended in just one song, all type of. So the entire style of drumming is like all compressed into one song, and
Yeah.
that's I think it's like that's what it is. It's like an instrumental that kind of has all these elements of other songs. Yeah.
Right. So if
For
anything,
me, I don't know.
Yeah.
That's the way I see it. Yeah.
right. So I mean, even if it's just speaking for yourself, because it is the title track, it ended up being the title track. It ended up being a lyricless, a vocalless instrumental, because it's meant to kind of compact everything together. It's meant to bring everything together. It's almost as if halfway through the album, well, everything's kind of in a common orbit around the title track. And from a musical writing standpoint, not that I actually know anything about musical writing or musical composition, but it's definitely compelling. It's definitely inspiring that you guys decided to have everything work together and come together in one song like you did. So I do appreciate the feedback that you both of you provided with the title, the instrumental title track, the vocalist title track. Track 6, we have Hell's Black Heart. Now, Nelson, we are back to you. What's going on here lyrically, my friend?
Dear God, Hell's Black Heart. Um, He- Hell's Black Heart is probably it. If I had to put every demon that's inside my head, especially during the night, outside and incarnate them as people, what would they do to humanity? And Hell's Black Heart is as if I opened the gate to hell, and everything that's inside hell, and inside hell would be all these negative emotions, all these feelings, all everything would come out to actually destroy everything uh, that that crossed their path. And I I wanted to I actually I didn't want to write this. I wrote it because it felt right. Because I learned fairly recently that the um, best remedy to negative emotions and to sorrow and whatnot is to let it out. So obviously, if we're talking about real life, let it out is speaking out, is crying, is telling a friend what you're feeling. But I wanted to represent this in obviously a very metal way, and a way that felt or that represented the chaos that that song instrumentally was.
Gotcha.
So I decided to make this metaphoric story that I opened the gates of hell, which is pretty pretty cliche already, but all the souls that come out of this from this gate are actually all these emotions, are all the is all the sorrow of and all the pain embodied into people that would actually consume the whole world, and
Yeah.
in a way making hell a peaceful place for the first time in life.
Fair enough. And here's the thing too. You mentioned briefly that it might sound cliche that you're comparing your sleeping issues, your sleeping disorder to that of hell. But really, it's only cliche to those who don't understand.
True.
Simple enough. It's only cliche, it's only corny to those like myself before who didn't really understand what it was to be sleepless, what it was to stay up for possibly even 2 days straight and see the strain that that does to the mind, the potential strain that that can do to the mind, um, as well as just being anxious, being stressed, being depressed, and just having the gravity of your surroundings weigh down upon you, whether through responsibility, whether through mindless enslavement, being a slave to a machine, um, the the obligation to keep pushing forward despite how difficult it might be to do so sometimes. Well, that ends up being hell's black heart. That's why hell's heart is so freaking charcoal black, is because though the struggle oftentimes ends up being worth it, sometimes there are things that you just shouldn't have invested into, and that you only realize that at the very end. And that's why then your heart can possibly turn cold, turn steel cold, turn stone cold, as well as black, and just filled with ash, filled with soot, filled with sulfur, all that stuff. Track 7, we have the art of war, which, if I'm being honest, I think this is the track, like especially with the darker background, the pile of corpses seemingly, or the pile of whatever you were standing upon. I think this is a song that had me thinking, okay, This is very Thy Art is Murder vibes. Like, this reminds me hella of Thy Art is Murder, but they're from Portugal. I really want to get them on my podcast now, and here we are. Lyrically speaking, what is the Art of War trying to allude to, lyrically speaking?
Well, the Art of War was inspired by, well, um, at the moment, uh, when I wrote it, was very inspired by the Russian Ukrainian war, and the fact that I felt for the first time in adulthood war so close to me, so close to my country, actually made me rethink of how serious the consequences of war really are. Because when you're young, uh, you don't think much of the news that, oh, there's war here and war there,
Yeah.
or you think, but you don't.
You don't understand.
You don't understand. You don't feel it personally. When you get older, you start feeling it, and when you, for the first time, uh, see it so close, um, being Ukraine, one country in Europe that, well, we've toured, we on tour, we actually passed Ukraine, so we've been there. It makes you rethink a lot about war and how it works. And the Art of War talks about just the mindless, uh, how idiot. I mean, I mean, I'm short for words. Even how stupid humanity can be and greedy to actually end the life of millions of people, including innocent children, just for pure interests. And at the time it affected me, I was in a state where emotionally that affected me. So I felt the need to talk about it. Also, um, at the time, I already had my son on the way, I believe. So probably that had also some weight to it, as in seeing little children being dragged on the floor in Ukraine and thinking, what if that was my son? And only when you put yourself on someone else's shoes like that, you actually get to feel the empathy
You
for
feel the impact.
the impact. So I decided to write The Art of War, which is inspired in a book title, but it doesn't resemble anything on the book contents. Um, and it talks about just the how ignorant it is to create war. The only interests are those who are not affected by war, and basically talking about the innocent.
Gotcha.
And that's basically it.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's really good commentary. No, like for me, I've come to understand in life that conflict is indeed necessary. But the wars that we wage today are in vain. Like, there's no reason for half of the conflicts that we're having on a worldwide scale right now. And what I do appreciate is that from a more political standpoint, the side of the table that I end up kind of sticking by, but I don't exactly grab a seat and sit down on that side of the table, if that makes sense. Um, that side of the table that I more or less am against the wall on. Just so that side of the room, that's a better term. that side of the room that I'm politically on, even those folks are kind of acknowledging now, and they're like, yo, we don't need to be fighting and killing nearly as much, if not at all. Like, everybody's tired of it. Everybody's ready to stop using labels to divide each other, especially over here in the US, because it's a big friggin' issue. Everybody's kind of done of utilizing these certain titles and these certain political alignments, when at the end of the day, more and more people every single day are realizing, they're understanding that, politically speaking, for the US, it's all about divide and conquer. It's not about keeping anybody unified. It's about dividing us and turning us against each other, when in reality, half the major events like 9/11, a good portion of these shootings that have been happening over here in the US, so much of that shit is just to continue dividing us and to continue encouraging violence and continue encouraging chaos. And it's just so fucked up. Like, we all hate being a part of it now, and we're slowly learning to overcome that, see beyond what's going on, and do our best to counteract it from ever happening again. So that's just, that's my kind of political rant for the podcast. But
And I do understand what you mean by conflict being necessary, obviously. The thing is that the other portion of the innocent have to suffer because of said conflict is unnecessary and just mindless. There's
right.
other ways of solving conflict.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Well, I think I was definitely meaning to ground that a little bit more on my end, just like with my own perspective. Conflict is necessary because that means there is a difference in ideology, philosophy, religion,
exactly.
political aspect between people. What isn't necessary in conflict is when basically you're looking to invade a country, no matter what country it is, invading another country, and basically just pillaging them for their resources and killing their innocent people. That part of conflict, that's not right. Now, of course, when there is a collective threat, for example, during World War II, it was the Nazis, right? We can all acknowledge and understand and accept that they were the common bully. They were the common bad guy because they were so hell-bent on wiping a population, wiping a culture from the planet, that they were willing to do anything to accomplish that. When we all gathered on a worldwide scale, we even gathered with Russia, right? At the time, we even teamed up with Russia and we defeated the Nazis. We sent them into hiding, and for whatever reason, we now house them over here. I don't fucking get why. That is a more necessary conflict because that was a party of people who were quite literally out to eradicate and, with great prejudice, wipe a race, wipe a culture from the planet because of some petty fucking reasons. Today, we just go to war for oil. Like, why? Why are children's hospitals in Syria getting carpet bombed for oil? Why is all this happening? It's not necessary. So therefore, the art of war, as opposed to World War II, where it became a pretty sophisticated signature, now the wars today, to me, are more or less just mindless scribbles. And it's just like something to fill in the page. And it's like, no, we don't want to fucking do this anymore. So I like that basically the art of war compels Insomnia, because it's like, well, so many people today are restless from PTSD. They are desensitized and they're traumatized from getting their own homes destroyed, mainly Ukraine. You mentioned the Ukraine-Russia conflict, which is very, very important because it is such a ruthless bullying between two countries, and it's such a ruthless pissing match between two countries. Meanwhile, children are dying. It's awful. It's not a great thing for either side. And I'm really hoping that by the end of this year, we can go ahead and get that resolved. We can get that finalized. We can conquer that conflict and just be fucking done with it. And it's what's really, really personal to me is when basically the Russia-Ukraine conflict throughout multiple countries and the respective artists I've hosted from those countries, including Seeing Things, which is from Czechoslovakia, when they're actively talking about how depressing it is to understand that that's still going on, that's when you know it's a worldwide issue. And I think there are going to be a lot of changes that occur that happen to revolve around that same conflict. But really, I'm just hoping for it to be done by the end of the year, because possibly, like, disclaimer, I don't know anything because I'm not a federal agent. I'm not anybody in authority. I'm not a police officer. I am not an active serviceman. I'm nothing like that. But I fear that my own country is about to go to civil war here pretty soon. So we love that. We love that. And mainly the people versus the government, which is reassuring in some ways, because that means if that does happen, and if it happens in a productive way, then that means we can kind of reform what's going on upstairs, politically speaking. But otherwise, if it's just if it's a more dramatic version of divide and conquer, then there's absolutely no reason for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So here's to that. Here's to hoping we don't have to go to civil war. But if it's with our government, let's fucking do it. Disclaimer: this is just my opinion. I'm pretty sure something in the algorithm will probably fucking dox this episode because of that. But freedom of press, motherfuckers. Or freedom of speech. It's not a threat, to anybody officially. It's just my own personal perspective on it, and if that gets me doxxed, then so fucking be it. Track 8 out of 10 on this beautifully depressing album. We have Sleep Paralysis, which I'm pretty sure is more or less self-explanatory, but with a track like Sleep Paralysis being on an album called Insomnia, one like myself can only become more curious with any other details behind this track. Nelson, take it away, please. Oh. Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
Uh-oh.
I can.
Nelson, yeah, your audio went out, friend. I was like, why did it get quiet? Yeah. It is getting how late is it for you guys over there? Is it like midnight yet?
It's 1:30. 1:13. Yeah.
Oh, Jesus, bro. I can't even imagine that, bro. Being up for a podcast up until 1 a.m. I'm like, oh, I'm good, bro. So I commend you guys. I commend you guys for that.
I'm
okay,
yeah,
you're
I'm
back.
assuming you can hear me. Okay.
Yes,
Yeah,
I can hear you now. We can both hear you now. So track 8.
Track 8 is Sleep Paralysis, right?
Correct, sir.
Okay. Honestly, this interlude bridged to the next song, and we didn't have a title for it, and I'm not gonna say it had great meaning. I just gave it the name and bridged it to the next song. So
Okay.
not gonna try to justify something that's not true. So I gave it a name that was something that I been through, something that represented insomnia, that represented the feeling.
Yes.
But it's just an interlude that I gave a name.
Gotcha. Okay. Sounds good. And is there no lyrical content on this song then?
No, it's an interlude.
Oh, okay. Jesus. Sorry. Track 9, we have A Dying Age. What is this one about?
A dying age is precisely everything that represents the more modern era. And A Dying Age is the first time where I divided the lyrics into topics that all represent something to me. But it talks about technology in children.
Okay.
Well, I felt that because of being a father recently, but the fact that we are starting to get dumber and dumber day by day as humanity, I feel that technology and the modern age isn't making us necessarily, well, globally speaking, and not in a very broad way. Obviously, not everyone. But we are not getting smarter because of technology when we should. And and it also talks politically, where we see that I even wrote in a part, truth bringers. What was it? Um, chaos keepers and controlled, truth bringers, mouth shut closed. And it talks about politics. I have no idea what I had in my mind about politics back then, but it made sense. It talks about technology making us dumber and giving a space for what I consider, obviously, this is my opinion, complete idiots to spread uh, all these uh, stupid theories that don't uh, help humanity in a way. And yeah, that's basically it. Grabbing the modern age that we live and seeing that it's slowly dying because of technology, because of whatever is happening politically,
Yeah.
whatever is happening technologically, whatever is happening in freedom of speech online,
Yeah.
which is different from freedom of speech that we know. And I don't know, the internet and the freedom of speech has come to a point where, well, people don't just say things and have everybody believe, you know? This
Right.
shouldn't be happening. There's no source of truth anymore. You look at any type of news, a newspaper online or a website, and you're
Yeah.
not sure if what you're reading is true.
Right.
You're not sure what you should believe.
The uncertainty of truth compels one to insomnia because technology has brought us into de-evolution, and there is such a censorship issue and such a deprivation of the truth that it almost leaves one restless, and then it leaves one as an insomniac, thinking and trying to figure out what is the truth. It's that crime scene pin board with all the pictures, right? Like that's basically us trying to look for the truth these days. And now over here in the US specifically, one example I could provide is TikTok as a social media platform.
Exactly.
They've been trying to convince us for the longest time that it's supervised by the Chinese Communist Party, but I'm pretty sure that's bullshit. And I'm pretty sure what's going on instead is you're seeing, um, we are seeing them trying to pluck a truthful source from us because it's independently ran, like it's independently distributed. So just wanted to go on a brief TikTok rant and say that, well, I mean, the fact that they're trying to take such a transparent and sometimes dark web friendly platform, but nonetheless a truthful platform, a transparent platform, it seems that at least over here in the US and North America, they're trying to pluck one of those very, very vital sources that lets us know what's going on the inside before these stories even reach the news. They hate that shit. And I know that a lot of people will be very, very uneasy, anxious, even stressed, knowing that the only sources of information that we have are either going to be like the Tucker Carlson network, or basically networks and platforms that are manned. And this is just for US local stuff. I'm not sure like where you guys get your news, and like if you guys have resources you feel like you can trust. But over here it's like it now breaks down to personalities that you can kind of trust, but you have to take with a grain of salt the information that they do distribute. So because of that, it brings us into a very, very deteriorating age, and therefore a dying age, an age of ashes, where the future is very uncertain on a daily basis, and that's not good for anybody. So that's kind of the commentary, and like basically me just trying to understand and apply my own psyche to the songs at hand and their lyrical contents. I don't know if you have anything you wanted to say.
No, I just love that I'm trying to explain stuff that I can barely explain because they're very metaphoric and conceptual, and it's late and I can barely speak Portuguese, let alone English.
Right.
And then you proceed to describe exactly what I would love to have said initially.
That's cool. That's very reassuring to understand that I understand someone else's interpretation of English. Like, this is just speaking for linguistics. It's always a concern to me that I'll misinterpret what they're trying to say, because English is such a complex clusterfuck of vocabulary. Even I'm still learning how to speak English in some aspects. But then when I'm not, well, I'm trying to learn the language of other cultures. That way I can become more linguistic and understand the pattern that bounces across all of the world's languages. So thank you for offering and like unintentionally providing me comfort in me confirming, me knowing that I can understand and kind of interpret what you're trying to say. Did you have any other commentary for A Dying Age?
Not really.
Cool.
Not really.
Well, in that case, we have the final track for Insomnia, this glorious, this ominous, this sleep deprived album made by the Voynich Code, embodied the musical embodiment of mystery, based out of Portugal, Spain, signed recently to 2 Unique Leader Records, and this album has been out since Friday the 13th of last year, which that was a very big weekend, and I would say that out of all the albums that did release, this was absolutely the best one that did come out. So our last track that we have is, quote, "A Letter to My Future Self." Now, not often, I want to bring this to everybody's attention. Not often do you, I think, get more direct, more poetic installments or poetic based musical material from a metal band with something as blatant as "A Letter to My Future Self." So, of course, that's really what makes an album like this a time lapse for me. That's what makes it so mysterious, is because of a title, a song name like that. So what did you want to write a letter to your future self? Like, what did you want to write in that letter regarding the conclusion of Insomnia?
A letter to my future self digs very deep emotionally, because it talks about my parents. It talks about the fact that I don't live, obviously, anymore with my parents for I don't know how many years, and I've I've left my father, who was someone that I dearly love from the bottom of my heart, with a person who I call mother, that basically, I'm trying to find words to describe it, sorry.
You're fine.
But my father is in a mentally abusive relationship with my mother,
Gotcha.
and I've been a part of that abuse when I was a kid as well, and I know what it's like to be with that person, and what it's like to be the person suffering from that abuse. And A Letter to My Future Self talks about the fact that I am weak and unable to support my father at this moment, knowing perfectly that he is in that abusive state and relationship.
Gotcha.
I obviously do my best to help, but the thing is, I can barely help myself,
Yeah.
and it's almost like I I know that I'm going to blame myself for not doing more for my
Yeah.
father, and
Yeah.
that's why it's called a letter to my future self. And the lyrics itself digs pretty deep into um, the fact that I couldn't, well, predicting the future, couldn't help my father more than I do right now,
Yeah. You're
and
so
knowing that I'm going to regret it.
right. Yeah, and I mean, one lesson that I've always tried to teach my loved ones, my friends, my family as of recently is that there's only so much you can do for other people before you help yourself first and before you navigate yourself through tragedy first. Um, but nonetheless, when you're anticipating a more dreadful future for your loved ones, your family, even yourself, um, naturally you would want to write a letter to your future self and just be like, hey, it's gonna be okay. Just push through it just like we always have. It's kind of creepy in that way because that just means that in that moment you acknowledged and anticipated with great pessimism, possibly a more negative mindset, a more negative viewpoint, the glass half empty, really.
Yeah, yeah,
In that moment, you're saying, well, things are going to get worse. I know they're going to get worse, even though I don't actually know they're going to get worse. I have a feeling they'll get worse. So please just bear through it the same way that I'm doing now, despite my insomnia, despite my restlessness, seeing these things and how they could unfold around me. Please just push through it. That shit's important. That really is. And in that way, many people might listen to this record and say, it's a pretty cool album cover. Pretty cool music. Kind of sounds like Jinjer Shadow of Intent. That guy on the cover, is that Hermes? Like they'll notice those smaller details. But I think because of situations like this, not to toot my own horn, but like I love digging deeper like this. I think a lot more people will come to appreciate this record and really anything you have from this point on, because of a future letter to myself being the concluding track. Um, and I mean, really, after all of that, after doing track by track lyrical analysis for what is Insomnia, a legendary record released Friday the 13th, 2023, quote, after conducting a lobotomy lyrically for Insomnia, and after us concluding the first half of the podcast session talking about bands that inspired all of the members in the Voynich Code, what do you think distinguishes Insomnia from other iconic records relevant to metal in your own personal opinion?
Well, in my personal opinion, is emotion. It's as heartfelt as possible. If if I could actually remove my heart and my mind from my body and put it in something in a record, it's that you're not gonna feel, see, hear any hypocrisy. It's pure Nelson in that album, and I gave all my best uh, writing all those lyrics, and we all gave our best writing this album. And picking up a bridge from a letter to my future self, if you want to feel what I mean by this, the last bar from the lyrics that I quote, distant memories, not too far to reach, reminding me of all I've lost. I won't forgive myself for giving up on you. We will meet again one day in hell. And try to feel what I always what I was feeling when I recorded that with the lyrics, and I think you'll understand that I try to be myself through emotion.
Yeah.
And that's what maybe stands our band out from others in metal. We
Right.
don't find that much emotion and truthfulness uh, in a band.
Right. Fair
That
enough.
might be.
Yeah, of course. And like even just yesterday when we were doing a session with Parasitic Embodiment, Drake Gamble was like, well, I'm not trying to be egotistical, but like I think this album was authentic. There's no ego associated with it. This is something that you invested, that you and all three of the other members, that being Daniel, Vinny, and Andre, this is an album you guys invested a lot of time, a lot of money, and a lot of creative energy into. So by
Exactly.
appreciating this album, I don't think that's ego at all. I think that's just you being able to appreciate what you've invested your time, money, and energy into. So kudos to you for at least being able to be present enough in the moment beyond that letter to your future self, right? I think it's very important to appreciate what you've accomplished, kind of stew in that for a little bit in the best way possible, and then look into resurrecting more mysterious vibes, the ambience of mystery that makes the Voynich code what it is going forward and sustaining its legacy. Question 4, I guess in this case, for part 2 would be, how did Insomnia become an album instead of an EP? And really, I just asked this for the sake of the time duration of it, the creative process. Like, how did this become an album instead of an EP?
Well, there were two reasons actually. It just made sense to write an album since we've released an EP, then an album, then an EP again. So this would be an album. Also, we wanted to release more songs, and truthfully, it had to be an album because Unique Leader Records said you have to put out an album if you want to really stand out. And well, an album it is.
An album is, exactly. Daniel, do you have a different response to that?
No, actually, no. It's more
Okay.
like it. Yeah.
I do apologize that for the most part during the Under the Skin session, we didn't exactly like have you provide that much commentary compared to the rest of the session. So sorry if that was like, sorry if you were meaning to provide any commentary regarding those tracks and your drum work behind it, but
I wouldn't add anything, so
fair enough.
that's cool. Yeah.
Well, in that case, we have the final question of the night, which for you guys is the really, really early morning. Let's go ahead and briefly discuss the future. Any plans that you guys have? I know earlier in session, the both of you boys were mentioning looking into touring, wanting to tour. And after we discuss the future, if there are any bands, artists, people that you want to shout out, by all means, provide those shout outs, and then we will conclude episode 73. 74, actually. 74.
Well, basically, our main goal is to play as many shows as possible, tour as much as we can. We already started trying to record, I mean, write new stuff, but we are kind of slow writers, so we have to pace it up and start writing new content. But we are in a very early stage of music writing, and yeah, basically we want to play as much as possible.
Fair enough.
And yeah, that's basically it.
Cool. Any bands or artists or people that you guys want to shout out before we wrap up?
Well, shout out to Unique Leader for one, and I'm sorry if I forget anyone that I dearly love. It's almost 2 a.m. and I'm sleepless every day, so
Fair enough.
my memory is horrible. So shout out to a lot of Portuguese bands like Push, Reality Slap, Analepsy. Um, Danielle, help me out.
Yeah.
Daniel, we lost Daniel in the sleep zone
Yeah.
already.
Yeah, I'm already in a different state, but let me think.
Kalen, shout out Kalen.
Yeah. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, shout out to Counteract, which we've mentioned
Ooh,
earlier,
yes.
because
Yeah,
those
They're
guys,
sick.
I got to chat with those guys later on a festival. I was there playing with another band, and they're really cool guys, man.
I definitely want to get Counteract on the show next. That's definitely one of the
Yeah.
next Spain
Do
local.
it, do it.
Dude, I fucking let's make it happen, people. Let's make it happen.
Shout
Well,
out to Rui Martins from
yes.
Betraying the Martyrs for subbing Nelson in a gig we had last summer when he was becoming a papa, a daddy.
Yeah. So Rui Martins, the singer for Betraying the Mars, is our dear friend, and thankfully he filled in for me on a show in Slovakia, right?
Slovenia.
Slovenia.
Sweet.
Because I was having my son that day. So
Gotcha. Okay.
Our tech,
shout out.
our sound tech, Tiago Mesquita as well.
Yeah.
Always
I
there
mean,
for us.
we have so many friends and so many
Yeah.
bands that we like. We would be here forever if we were
Yeah,
trying to
Yeah,
shout
at
out
least
to
until
everyone.
at least until like 5 a.m. So
yeah, fair enough.
but
Well, in
yeah,
that
thank
case,
you to all of
ladies,
them. Yeah.
yeah, ladies and gentlemen, and everything possibly in between over on Sean Cross in the Cross Core, and especially on the Anatomy Podcast YouTube channel. This has been episode either 73 or 74, featuring the entirety of the Voynich Code, telling their story so far, doing track by track lyrical analysis under the skin, just digging right under that first layer of skin for that of Insomnia, one of my favorite albums of 2023 that just happened to not be mentioned in the chapter 23 video. I know a lot of people are going to call me out on that. It was one of my favorite records. I will be buying it on vinyl one day. I am just broke. So, in due time. But thank you, gentlemen, for staying up until closer to 2 a.m. for the Anatomy Podcast to tell us your story. And, well, ladies and gentlemen, and everything possibly in between, just like the great eternal music machine, let's keep cranking, and we'll see you guys later.